complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but
And we're back. We're live. Today is Wednesday, August 26th, 2026. 26, 26, 26, 26, 6, 7. Lot of stuff happened today in AI. This is like, we were like going through the run of show this morning. We were like, yeah, this is going to be a big news day. So we'll just dive into it. So ZAI is introducing GLM 5.3 Flash. Leading capabilities at a highly competitive price, natively multimodal with a 1 million token context window. It's a 320B parameter, 18 billion active model released under the MIT license, so more or less open source. And this is what Ox Alpha was. Ox Alpha has now been revealed to be GLM 5.3 Flash, which is a new model from ZAI. And it's running entirely on Chinese AI chips. So I think maybe the export control bros might need to update on this a little bit. This is like a model that is seriously competitive with, I don't know if it's outright better than Sol and Fable, but it's seriously competitive with Sol and Fable. And it runs entirely on Chinese AI chips without relying on American chips that were smuggled into China. At least this is what ZAI says. So it's available now. They release everything, the weights, the API, Z code, chat, autoclaw, everything. And the pricing is wildly cheap. It's 15 cents per million input tokens, and it's 50 cents per million output tokens. So it is an unbelievably cheap model. It is 100 times cheaper than Fable. You get 100 million tokens of this thing for the same price as 1 million tokens of Fable. Like, totally Pareto dominant for all but the absolute top tier tasks. Crazy. So GLM 5.3 Flash clearly outperforms GLM 5.2 at every effort level, even though GLM 5.2 is a larger model, and performs on par with Claude Opus 4.8, which is also a much larger and more expensive model. Architectural enhancements combined with an optimized pre-training corpus enable GLM 5.3 Flash to deliver greater intelligence with less compute. So they've made some architectural improvements. Really incredible stuff. We'll take a look at more of the benchmarks and their blog in just a bit. Yeah, the weights are out on Hugging Face. You can go download the weights. It's a 321B model. It's very, very good. Really, really impressive. Bloomberg actually had a piece about this morning. They kind of, at 2 a.m., they scooped it. They said China's Z.AI made the Ox Alpha stealth model that rivals DeepSeek. The new AI model that swept to the top of online usage charts with high performance at zero cost was created by China's Z.AI Co., also known as Zhipu. The company on Wednesday confirmed speculation that the Ox Alpha model is a new iteration of its GLM series and said that it will release the weights for it tonight. Yep, and that is what it did. What time is it in Beijing? The plan to openly release its weights, the parameters that guide decision-making in AI systems, will allow developers to build other products on top of the model. Ox Alpha emerged over the weekend as an uncredited release on OpenRouter, the biggest launch in that marketplace's history, and quickly gained traction among curious observers and users because it was a really good model. It's a reasoning model designed for coding and agentic tasks, and it can process text, image, and video input. Patrick Collison called it very impressive. So ZAI is actually doing quite a bit better than its competitors. Since the beginning of the year, when it went public, its stock is up about 7x. It has had a major pullback from June where its stock was up like 17x, but then again, so did Minimax. I think it's just, it's kind of hard for Chinese stocks to continue growing. And then you compare it to Alibaba, which is down 20% since the beginning of the year. How is that even possible? I just don't get it. Ox Alpha is one of a series of powerful models launched by Chinese firms this summer that have shown benchmark topping performance at a much lower cost than US rivals. Ha! Okay, that's hilarious. The codename for the model was inspired by a popular film recently released in China titled New Lie or Ox Comes, according to ZAI. That's actually hilarious. Hold on, I have to tweet this. That's really funny. I'm grabbing it. There we go. The Beijing-based company reprised the practice used by Alibaba and Xiaomi this year of releasing a new model without initially claiming the credit. By not publicizing the ownership at their outset, tech companies can test the waters for new services, allowing more freedom to experiment. The company is giving everyone a week to use Ox Alpha for free and hasn't yet specified the cost thereafter. They have just specified the cost. It is 15 cents per million input tokens, 50 per million output tokens. The launch of Ox Alpha highlights the breakneck speed of Chinese product releases as companies advance their technology. So basically, there was a huge amount of cope around this model. A huge amount of cope around this model. People were saying basically, it's a Google model. It must be like a Gemini Pro model with its performance that's being released in stealth. People were saying, oh, well, if it has the exact same tokenizer as the GLM models and the exact same architecture as the GLM models, well, maybe it's a GLM model fine-tuned by an American lab. I think many people still want to believe that China is not capable of making good models, which is just wrong. They can make really good models. So let's see what Tior Taxes has to say about it. Our resident China analyzer. Generate Tior Taxes text ideal spouse based on his tweets. This is actually true. I think she should be wearing blue because the DeepSeek whale instead of black, but close enough. They have the DeepSeek logo in the background. There it is. Happy algorithmic progress day to all who celebrate, because not just GLM 5.3 Flash, but also Qwen 3.8 Flash came out today, which we'll talk about in a little bit. I am pretty good this time. So he guessed a few days ago, good God, it's GLM 5.3 Flash. It's distilled from 5.3 plus more RL, just like Inking Small, Luna, and other such junior models, so it recovers most of the capability. They don't provide it, they bankroll it, GPUs are overseas, thus also ZDR, I guess. I wish it were Nemotron, lol. He says, similar to DeepSeek 4 Flash and 16 to 20B active parameters. So DeepSeek V4 Flash is 284 billion total parameters, whereas GLM 5.3 Flash is 320 billion parameters, so quite close. And he guesses 16 to 20 billion active parameters. It was actually 18 billion, so pretty good. Pretty good. He says, after all the Ox Alpha shit posting, Gemini team has to just open source 3.7 Flash, I think. It's only fair. They'll become the fifth strongest they'll become the fifth strongest open lab overnight, and ahead of DeepSeek too. So yeah, pretty bad for Google. They are behind OpenAI, they're behind Meta, they're behind Moonshot, they're behind ZAI, they're behind Alibaba, they're behind SpaceX AI, and they're behind Anthropic. So Google is lab number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. According to artificial analysis. So a lot of Google employees were posting stuff like implying that Ox Alpha was one of their models. What if the Ox Alpha was the friends we made along the way? But nope, it was not a Google model. It was a GLM model. So someone says, DeepSeek seems to have to disappear for a while again. What does this image say? I guess we'll translate it. Thought for 1 second. Damn it, I'm not thinking anymore. That's funny, actually. Though DeepSeek V4 Flash Vision EXP is, as per ZAI's own chart, in the same ballpark as Ox Alpha. I feel that it's much stronger in real use, though. DeepSeek still needs better post-training and native vision pre-train. So he's still defending DeepSeek in this moment. Mythos is 10T for sure, though. Looks like I'm not eating a humble pie today. That said, I was also initially in denial of its density. So, yeah, he says, I'll eat a humble pie and apologize if Lisan is correct for now. I guess it's just GLM 53/54 vision. There's no bigger teacher, at least internally. Shows us that model scale is just not necessary for peak intelligence. Yeah, so it is a small model. ZAI is the premier Frankenstein lab. First to DSA, first to copy in K3 KDA. So that's pretty funny. Pretty good. What else do we have from GLM 53 Flash? There's the blog post that they just released. Frontier Intelligence Flash Cost. Intelligence too cheap to meter, you might say. We introduced GLM 53 Flash, the first natively multimodal model in the GLM 5 series. With 320 billion total parameters and just 18 billion active parameters, it outperforms GLM 5.2 across benchmarks and real-world workloads at 1/10 the price, while approaching Claude Opus 4.8 on coding and agentic benchmarks. It was tested anonymously as aux alpha on OpenCode and OpenRouter to gather user feedback. It quickly became the most powerful model of the week, with all of this traffic served on Chinese AI chips. Okay, so it scores 57 on the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index. So it's on the Pareto frontier. Let's see where we have intelligence. Where is GLM 53 Flash? There it is. So it scores the same as GPT-5.6 Terra, Muse Spark 1.2, and behind the giant Quen 3.8, GLM 5.3, Kimi K3, etc. models. And of course behind Grok, Sol, and Fable, and Opus 5. So yeah, it pushes the Pareto frontier of the AI Intelligence Index, scoring 57 at just 50 cents per task. Oh no, sorry, 4.5 cents per task. A level of intelligence previously only available at roughly 10x the cost. So with the Pareto frontier, it does not make sense to use any model that is more expensive for the same performance, so to the right, and or less performance for a greater than or equal to price. So all of these models are now useless if you are focused on solely Pareto optimality here. Like, for example, Mistral Medium, GPT 5.5 Instant, and so on and so on. You can get much better performance than those models through GLM 5.3 Flash. So let's take a look at their benchmarks. GLM 5.3 Flash. I'd love to compare it to GLM 5.3 Full. Yeah, it outperforms DeepSeek Vision on everything except Agent's Last Exam. They don't compare it to Sol and Fable, which seem like the most important things to compare to. Agentic coding performance by effort level. GLM 5.3 Flash. Yeah. Interesting. If you spend 140,000 tokens, it's barely better than spending 70,000. Architecture for extreme efficiency. Yep, specifically designed for ultra low cost inference. There's a lot of inference cost optimization going on because inference is getting really expensive. Inference on the best frontier models is getting really expensive, like $50 per million output tokens for Fable. And, we have this big shortage of compute. There's not enough compute in the world for all of the inference that people want to run. There's just so much demand. And so, the prices have to go up. And so people need to figure out how to bring the prices down. Visual intelligence, beyond coding, your partner at work. Look at this, eight worlds, 8 planets of the solar system. So this is a presentation generated by it. Hospitality responsibility report. Yeah, report written by it. It looks very like Claudie. It sounds pretty Claudie. The wage line is the responsibility line. Partnerships that outlast the season. Serving at scale on Chinese AI chips. Conclusion is quite good. All right, here's all the benchmarks. So it is outperformed by Opus and Terra on some of them, but it is state of the art on some of them, at least when compared to Opus 4.8 and Terra. I wish they would compare instead to Sol and Fable. Yeah, it's not going to be a better model than Sol or Fable, but it is going to be way cheaper, like 100x cheaper. And anecdotally, some people were saying that Ox Alpha was able to solve things that Sol and Fable could not for them. So taking a look at what else we have. Little story here. Apple has announced the announcement of their next iPhone. So the annual iPhone event will be held on September 9th. Exciting. Hooray. I kind of like the theme. It's very like sunny. It's very kind of liquid glass vibes. They're going to unveil their foldable. Super exciting. It'll be the size of a standard passport. It's probably going to be like $2,500. Just going off of like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8, which is similar form factor, starts at, I believe, $1,900. So Apple is probably going to be a good bit more expensive. I would be shocked if the iPhone Fold is less than $2,000, especially with memory prices the way they are. Apple will also introduce the iPhone 18 Pro and Pro Max. It will not include, It will not include a second generation iPhone Air or regular iPhone 18. Instead, Apple is moving the release dates for those products to next spring, looking to smooth out its sales throughout the year. Interesting. New Apple Watches could arrive. The company is readying a slate of home devices, including its first smart home hub with a screen. And this will be the first event hosted by John Ternus as CEO of Apple. So Tim Cook will be leaving as CEO on September 1st after 15 years. Tim Cook will be stepping down as CEO to become executive chairman, and John Ternus will become the new CEO. Tim Cook is getting older. I think it's time for, maybe he thinks it's time for him to retire. He's 65 now. John Ternus is a little bit younger. He is 51. So, he has a maybe 15-year tenure ahead of him. John Ternus, he's been at Apple for a long time, since 2001. There's some lore about him on Wikipedia. So he was born in 1975. He went to UPenn for Mechie and competed on the swimming team. Ternus began his career as a mechanical engineer designing VR headsets at Virtual Research Systems in the late 90s, which is quite early for VR. He joined Apple in 2001 as a member of the product design team, working first on the Apple Cinema display, which was some monitors. Then became VP of hardware engineering, overseeing AirPods, Mac, and iPad, and then also put in charge of iPhone hardware, and then became senior vice president of hardware engineering in 2021. And then, Bloomberg reported that Ternus was the youngest member of Apple's executive team. That was 3 years ago. So the youngest member of Apple's executive team was 48 years old. So I guess Apple is more like the Congress than most other tech companies. During his tenure as senior vice president, he'd been widely reported by media to be the potential successor to Tim Cook as the company's next chief executive. It was later announced in April that he would become chief executive on September 1st. So, Yep, I'm excited. We have like 2 weeks left until we finally get to see the iPhone Fold. I've been a folding phone fan for a long time. I remember when the first Galaxy Fold was announced in 2018, I believe, 2019. And I really wanted one at the time, even though it was terrible. And I actually, like, this is what the first Galaxy Fold looked like. It was this like skinny thing with these ginormous bezels that looked like dog shit. It was so thick when folded up. When unfolded, it looked like this. It was this kind of weird aspect ratio, and the screen would break like all the time. And on top of that, it was like, I think it was more than $2,000. So after a few years, when the Galaxy Z Fold 4 came out, I was like, okay, this is 2022. I was like, okay, it's time to get a foldable. It looked much nicer at the time. It was, a little bit slimmer. The front screen was quite a bit larger, but it still just wasn't ready yet. The aspect ratio was wrong. The specs were not as good as what I'd given up, my Galaxy S22 Ultra. It didn't come with a stylus. The hinge was weird and triangular, and there was a gap in it. So I went to the beach once and got some sand in the hinge, and then it just never came out. So the entire rest of the time I had this phone, there was like a little bit of sand in the hinge that messed things up slightly. So it's just still not ready yet. And now we have the Galaxy Z Fold 8, which is like much thinner. The hinge is much less obtrusive. There's two different form factors, the passport looking one, which is what the iPhone Fold is going to look like, and the slimmer looking one, which is the Z Fold 8 Ultra. And I think it's finally time for me to get a foldable phone again. And now that there's going to be an iPhone Fold, I don't have to choose between the folding phone and my Find My and FaceTime and whatnot. So I will be getting the iPhone Fold, assuming it's good enough. All right. Meta has been sued by 29 different states, 29 state attorneys general. Meta and a coalition of state attorneys general have settled this lawsuit for a maximum of $16.7 billion. Meta and a coalition of state attorneys general have settled a major federal case centering on allegations that the social media giant misrepresented the extent of child-related mental health harms caused by apps like Facebook and Instagram. So I don't want to read like editorialized journalism. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Fable to find the lawsuit filing by 29 states against Meta, pull the actual PDF, and summarize the claims and allegations made and the remedies sought. All right, while Fable's doing that, we'll look at this article. One of the great features that Claude just added is that now in the browser tab, it blinks gray when it is still processing your response, and then it turns green when it's done. So you don't have to constantly check back with the tab to make sure that it's done, which is great. So, court filing released Wednesday that details several requirements Meta must make to its apps. Let's see. Meta court filing. Okay. So required to implement a series of safety features on Instagram and Facebook, including, this is like an obnoxiously large header. I'm going to inspect element and delete it. There we go. That's better. Oh, it's still. Okay, there we go. Now the header is deleted and I can read this thing. So a series of safety features on Instagram and Facebook, including a daily time limit of, was it already done? Wow. Okay, so actually first let's look at the allegations made. So there are 29 states. Defendants are Meta Platforms, Instagram, Meta Payments, and Meta Platforms Technologies. The core theory, a four-part scheme. The complaint frames Meta's conduct as four interlocking pieces. 1, a business model built on maximizing young users' time and attention. 2, deliberately designing psychologically manipulative features to induce compulsive use while publicly assuring the public they were safe. 3. Publishing misleading reports understating user harms. And 4. Refusing to abandon known harmful features despite internal research showing the damage while continuing to downplay it publicly. So basically, they are alleging that Meta did a bunch of bad stuff and then lied about it in order to basically like addict users who are minors. Is this really true? Sort of. Maybe not really. Like, key factual allegations, business model and youth targeting. Meta earns revenue from targeted advertising, so longer engagement means more data collected, more ads served. The states allege Meta specifically values young users because they're more influenceable by ads, more likely to become lifelong customers, and set trends others follow. This to me does not sound like inherently a bad thing. You know, kids are a demographic of people like any other demographic. You have to be careful about the kinds of ads that you're serving them, of course. But like targeting advertising to kids is like nothing new at all. Like if you ever watched Cartoon Network as a kid, like I did, there are all kinds of ads targeted to kids for toys and whatnot. Manipulative design features. The complaint identifies a specific set: algorithmic recommendation and sequencing, public like counts, face and body image filters. Are we serious? Face filters? Really? Like they're suing Meta over the face filters? Most of the face filters just look silly. They're like obviously filters. They're not even, whatever. Disruptive audiovisual and haptic alerts, infinite scroll and autoplay, encouraging multiple accounts. Do they encourage multiple accounts? And ephemeral content like stories and live. The recommendation algorithms are alleged to work like slot machines, serving content on variable reward schedules that manipulate dopamine responses in developing brains, and to periodically push emotionally gripping content, including eating disorder, violent body image, and bullying content, because such content keeps young users on the platform longer. I mean, if they were deliberately pushing like this kind of bad content, then maybe I could see why this is a bad thing. Algorithmic recommendation and sequencing is just like making a good product is manipulative design now. I think that the design of like Instagram is just way less manipulative than the design of like Temu, for example, where you go on Temu and it literally works like a casino. It's crazy, like the amount of psychology that it takes advantage of. There's like loot boxes, there's all these like flashing lights and pop-ups, and like it's crazy. Has anyone sued Temu for $20 billion yet? Maybe not. Project Daisy and likes. A recurring example is Meta's test of hiding like counts. The states allege Meta's own research showed benefits, but Meta declined to make it the default for young users and instead offered it only as an opt-in setting, while publicly claiming the results were mixed. Okay, that's fine. They allowed it. There's just so much like paternalism around this stuff. It's kind of crazy. Notifications and disengagement. Instagram offers no way to permanently disable all notifications at once. At most, an 8-hour pause, and after a user turns them off, Meta sends nudge messages pressuring them to turn notifications back on. Okay, that's fair. That seems unreasonable. If you've turned all your notifications off, it should not send you notifications. Filters. Cosmetic surgery style camera filters, then reinstated them despite expert warnings. Okay. Misleading prevalence reports. They tout that only a tiny fraction of views involve self-harm or bullying content, while redacted internal user experience surveys allegedly showed far higher rates of harmful experiences. Presumably both of these things are true, like less than, 1 out of every 20,000 viewing minutes is self-harm or bullying, but people watch a lot of minutes, and so a larger fraction of the public may have seen this kind of thing before. So the complaint says that Meta directed users to eating disorder content. What even counts as eating disorder content here? I'm kind of curious to know. The states allege Meta has actual knowledge that under 13 children use Instagram and Facebook, that Meta collects and monetizes their personal data without verifiable parental consent, and then harm. So they tie heavy use to depression, anxiety, sleep disruption, self-harm, and body dysmorphia. So the remedies sought. Yeah. Permanent injunctions barring the practices described, restitution to consumers, disgorgement of profits gained from the unlawful conduct, civil penalties per violation at each state's statutory rate. So $2,500 in California, up to $25,000 in some states. Attorney's fees, pre- and post-judgment interest, declaratory relief. Meta claimed the states were asking for $1.4 trillion. They have just been given $16.7 billion. So about 1% of that. But that's still a lot of money. This is sort of like the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement, which in 1998, 46 state attorneys general sued the largest tobacco companies in America and forced them to pay huge amounts of money, ban marketing, ban youth targeting, and disclose documents about the health impact of tobacco and fund public health initiatives. The difference between this is that there is a much clearer link between tobacco and concrete harm than social media and concrete harm. And also, the tobacco companies were like really misleading about this stuff. Each party waived all rights to appeal this final judgment. So interesting. Meta stock was up on the news, but Snap stock is down. Why is this? Well, Snap stock seems to always be down. I mean, look at this. It's kind of crazy. Ooh, that's brutal. And Meta stock peaked in August and has been down quite a bit in the last year. I guess maybe the market was pricing in Meta having to pay a lot more. Okay, distributed in annual installments over a 10-year period. So about 1.8 billion a year. Not a lot of money for Meta. Meta said it expects to accrue a legal expense of approximately 10 billion in Q3 related to the agreement. Other cases against Meta are still playing out, including one involving social media personal injury claims and a consolidated nationwide federal school district case. So this is kind of part of the broader tech backlash against the tech industry, including big tech companies, especially Meta. It is manifesting itself against data centers, against flock cameras, and against social media. Is social media the best technology ever? No. Is social media a net negative technology for human civilization? Would we be better off without Facebook, Instagram, X? Seems very unclear that the answer is yes, although some people claim that it is. What about young people? What about minors using these platforms? Is it bad for minors to use social media? I don't know. I mean, I use social media a lot as a minor, starting when I was probably like 12. And I turned out basically fine. I think most people I knew turned out basically fine. I wonder how much of the harms of social media are just like the harms of people who are posting content on these platforms. And to that end, like, I wonder how much Meta could change culture, for example. Meta or any other social media owner could change like the culture of America just by changing exactly what is pushed in the algorithm. So, what exactly was given? Yep, daily time limit of 2 hours combined for Instagram and Facebook use. I think this is for minors only. Automatic pauses after 15 minutes of continuous use and again after 60, 90 minutes. That's going to be really annoying. Nighttime blocks restricting youth access from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Limited school time access for children with limited push notifications on weekdays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. during the school year. Enhanced procedures for age verification, stronger safeguards against bullying, content promoting eating disorders, and content related to suicide and self-harm. Yeah, this seems reasonable if these terms are actually defined well. Parental controls that are easier to use and more effective. This seems also reasonable. Like, I'm much more in favor of parents regulating their kids than the state regulating kids. Restricted social comparison features, including like counts. Okay, are you going to hide like follower counts too? Like, there will still be social comparison. And that's like fine, actually. And then independent audits of Meta's implementation and the impact of these new safety features. So it seems like they're just giving these like safety nonprofits like a huge amount of control over Meta and over this technology. I don't know how trustworthy they are, but yeah, it's a lot of money. It's a big settlement. I wonder what Taylor Lorenz has to say about this. I bet Taylor Lorenz has a lot to say about this. All right, well, some more model news. Alibaba has released Qwen 3.8 Flash, a multimodal mixture of experts, an early preview of the Qwen 4 architecture. So it's also really cheap. They even undercut GLM 5.3 Flash slightly. So it's going to be 16 cents per million input tokens, so a touch more expensive than 15, but 47 cents per million output tokens, which is a little less expensive than 50 cents. So it's a much smaller model, however. 125 billion parameters and 51 billion n-gram embeddings with just 6 billion activated per token, unmatched cost efficiency. So what does this mean? Let's look at the performance. It outperforms Qwen 3.8 27B. Probably, I would guess it does not outperform Qwen 3.8 2.4 trillion. It outperforms DeepSeek V4 Flash and Claude Opus 4.6 on most things. Almost everything here. A million token context. This is like table stakes now. I remember back when ChatGPT had 4,000 tokens of context. And now it has a lot more than that. It has like 250 times more, basically. 256 times more. With only 6 billion active parameters, Qwen 3.8 Flash Next base tops 8 of 14 benchmarks and remains competitive with Qwen 3.7 Plus base on the rest. Exciting. So we'll take a look at the blog post. Qwen 3.8 Flash Next, a new architecture towards ultimate cost efficiency. 2350 words. So it's open weights. You're able to download it off the internet. It talks actually about the blog post. Okay, it natively supports 262,000 tokens and is extensible with Yarn. Yep, the evals, especially the vision evals, look really good. Although they don't compare it to DeepSeek on the vision evals because DeepSeek is a native vision model. I guess they're worried it might MOG. Okay, that's cool. So it's co-designing architecture and optimization. It's really amazing that the Chinese labs still include so many details about the models. Like the last time there was anywhere near this amount of detail in models, like from an American major AI lab, Frontier AI lab, was like 2019 or 2020. Qwen Work is coming soon. So their equivalent of Claude Cowork, ChatGPT Work is coming out soon. You'll be able to use Qwen models in order to do things. It's an agentic work product. Qwen APIs also support direct use of Claude Code and Codex in case you want to use a cheaper model. So, pretty exciting. And there's some more model news. Minimax sales have nearly quadrupled. Minimax Group's revenue surged 283% in the first half of 2026 to $116.6 million. The company's ARR hit $800 million in August, and it will accelerate the pace of releasing new models. So Minimax has some of the best video models in the world, and it's doing pretty well with cheap models as well. So let's see how Minimax stock is doing on the news. Wow, nothing. They quadrupled their revenue and their stock is up 1%. That's how high the expectations for growth are in AI world. Their stock is down since Minimax M3, whereas GLM 5.2 caused the AI stock to double. Yeah, 45 on artificial analysis is pretty terrible. I wish Epoch Capabilities Index would be faster with their evals because it's a much better eval than artificial analysis, which is kind of gameable. Moonshot is also working on revenue sharing with Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Remember, Kimi K3 is not actually open source. There's a stipulation in the agreement that you have to pay some kind of revenue sharing if you are a big enough company. And so that's what OpenAI, or rather, that's what Microsoft, Amazon, and Google are going to be doing. All right, well, it might be sponsor time. Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev. Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai. Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com. Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com. And AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com. So shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, 11 Labs, Databricks, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick, and we'll be right back.
everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Zach Lloyd, who is the founder and CEO of Warp. Before Warp, Zach helped build and scale Google Sheets, and now he is pursuing a much larger change in how software gets made. So he's moving from developers working alongside individual coding agents to now teams operating software factories that can plan, build, test, and improve their own work. And Warp is also preparing to reveal what it describes as a totally new way to build software. So Zach, welcome to MTS. Excited to have you.
Thanks for having me, Sophia. It's great to be here.
All right, let's start with the big reveal. So what exactly is the new way of building software that Warp is introducing?
Yeah, so I think just to set a little bit of context, development has completely changed in the last couple of years. I don't think this is news to anyone. The way that I sort of see the phases of it is if you look back a couple of years ago, you started to see AI make its way into development in autocomplete, so things like Cursor and GitHub Copilot. I think about a year ago, we moved into a phase where what I would think of as interactive coding agents started to become widely adopted. So these are things like Claude Code or Codex. You're running them in your terminal. You're basically, as an individual developer, sitting there most of the day prompting and telling your coding agent, build me this, fix that. And that is awesome. It has enabled a ton of extra productivity. But what I hear from engineering leaders and what I see on our own team is that it also creates a bunch of problems around like, how do you know that you're doing this in the right way? How do you know that you're managing your spend right? How do you know that you're actually getting the most productivity? If every individual developer is sort of choosing their own setup, it's just like it's not the optimal end state of where development is going to go. And so where things are heading and what I hear that people are starting to build internally is what you might call like a cloud software factory. And so the idea behind this is like, rather than development being individual and on people's laptops, it's really something that runs in the cloud, and you have agents doing all the different parts of the SDLC. So everything from like triaging issues to writing specs to implementing code to verifying that the code works and to monitoring. And this is definitely where the world is going. And so what we're doing at Warp, the way to think about it, is to try to help companies and teams that are embarking on this path by providing infrastructure that makes it easier to build like a robust internal software factory. So it's less of a product per se than like a set of building blocks where if you want to start automating development internally, you want to do it in a way that will help you scale and automate and govern everything going forward. We provide like the primitives for doing that. And so it's we launched this in early access like a little while ago. There's a lot of companies that are super interested in this. And so we're working with some people to onboard them right now.
That's very exciting. Anyone you can share? Is that private or?
I don't think we can share specific
Super
customers, but it definitely is a very, very hot and interesting space. Like there was a whole track on this at AI Engineer World Fair this year. So it's what's coming. It's what's
coming, 100%. One of the big things that you said is that engineers are becoming factory engineers rather than product engineers. What exactly do you mean by that?
Yeah, so what I mean is like, if you were an engineer, and I've been an engineer for a long time, like most of my day used to be, I would sort of sit at my computer and I would build the product directly. So I would write the code for something like Google Sheets. I would build a feature. What you're going to be doing as an engineer increasingly is building the system that builds the product. So you're going to kind of move like one layer up in terms of abstraction. And like, what does that actually mean? It means like you're going to be writing skills that the agent then uses to build your product. You're going to be, tuning what models the agent uses. You're going to be trying to like take one step back and build the factory. And I think a good analogy here is literally like real world factory. So if you like work at Tesla or something, the interesting job, you're not sitting there like assembling cars by hand. You're like trying to engineer how should the whole factory work. And so I think there's like a reasonable analogy. It's not perfect, but for development, like you should be thinking like that. So we're all kind of becoming factory engineers. We're all kind of becoming like developer productivity engineers. And I think that's cool. I think it's like a new kind of engineering challenge, but it does mean like a real change in the day-to-day work.
Yeah. As someone who really understands this new wave of how engineering is changing, where do you think this whole system will most fail today? Is it in the intent phase of maybe the engineer has an intent of what it wants the software to do, but the agent triages it in a different way?
I think getting intent in is one thing. I think the other thing that a lot of people struggle with is like, how do I know that I'm improving this system?
Mm.
And for the most part, that's being done on vibes right now. People are like, "Oh, I think we should use some open weight model for this kind of task," or they think I think we should change the skills for this kind of task to be such and such. And the thing that you want to get to, and one of the big things that we're really focused on with Warp's factory platform is like, how do you actually measure
Yeah.
and improve based on those measurements? And so, for instance, if you have an agent that's writing code, what you really want to be able to do is like snapshot, take a bunch of tasks that it's working on, and have that agent try to write that code with a bunch of different model configurations.
Mm.
And then have a bunch of different things that grade the performance. And like you should just get into this mindset of I'm not going to vibe the system, I'm going to measure the system. I'm going to have evals, I'm going to have benchmarks. I'm going to let agents try to improve the system. And so as we build out the infrastructure that we're giving to our customers, this is a thing we hear again and again that people really want is like, I don't want to spend money on these tokens, and I don't want to like vibe. I want to put in place a real system that lives in the cloud where I can see what all these agents are doing. I can actually measure their throughput, and I can see and have confidence that we're getting better with it over time. So I think that's like actually the key mindset shift is measurement. Like approach it as an engineering problem, and then it's also more fun if that's how you approach it.
Yeah, when it comes to measurement, that one's super interesting for me. I feel like for a while, a lot of people were using how long can an agent run. So can it run for 24 hours? That's the sign of a good success, but clearly not. And so I'm curious how you guys
I can make
think
one that
about it.
runs a really long time and spends a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. We must really be having a breakthrough. So curious
Yeah.
when you talk about measurement, I completely agree with you, but what
Yeah.
specifically are you talking about there?
Yeah. So, okay. So the way the industry has looked at measurement
Yeah.
for a long time is based on public benchmarks, right? So you might see things like SweBench or Terminal Bench, and you kind of like, it's like someone has curated some set of interesting coding tasks. And then you take your harness and you take your agent and you're like, what percentage of those coding tasks did the harness and agent solve? So that's cool. And like, I think that's useful. But what's really useful is imagine doing that on your own workflows and on your own context. And so what Warp Factories provides is the ability for you as a company to be like, this is our stack, this is our data. We want to build benchmarks and measurements on the real things that our engineers are doing and not use like some sample data set that's out in the world. And so if you really want to optimize software development, you have to do it in the context of your own company's workflows, your own company's tools, your own company's data. And so what we provide built into the platform is the way to do this. And like, if you're someone who's considering building this, it's quite a significant amount of work to do something that like will give you statistically significant insights and suggestions on how to improve your factory so that you're not spending too much money, but you're also not degrading quality, so that as you make changes to all the skills, you're not just causing a system to drift, and you can really prove that it's getting better. And my prediction, whether it's through Warp Factories or something else, is that this is what will happen to software development, is we'll get back into this engineering mindset around like how do we engineer the system properly. And so we're trying to provide companies with the infrastructure so they don't have to build all that themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And similarly, when it comes to how Warp's infrastructure actually works, my understanding is that you guys are fairly open and you can also choose which model you want to choose. And so a lot of that control was within the customer. They even get control of their data and how they do compute and all of these aspects. And so curious to get your perspective here. How does a tool like Warp stay uniquely valuable? What's the moat?
Great question. So the way that we've positioned Warp is like we want to provide infrastructure that works for companies, and we want to align our incentives with the companies. And so we think if you are in the business of selling people tokens, which is like the Model Lab business, it's very, and it's also similar to startup businesses, it's very, very hard to also be in the business of optimizing your customers' costs. And so our position is like, you can bring your own inference. That's great. You can bring your own compute. That's great. We will let you host the data. Like, we have no interest. Like, your data is as a company, that's your moat. And what we are like laser focused on is how do we help you optimize and manage your own software development system? And that's where we want to add value, honestly, is like, we want people to pay us for that more than paying us for what we don't really provide. Is like, we're not really like a model builder right now.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point we may provide fine-tuning capabilities, but like that's like it, I think if we're primarily token reselling, it makes the incentive alignment problem harder. So the way to think about our unique position is like, we are Switzerland. We are really focused on this one problem of, you're a company, you want to set up the right infrastructure so that you can automate development over time. That's what we're doing, and we're incentive aligned with you.
Yeah, let's talk about incentive alignment for a bit. What exactly is wrong with the approach of how many of these existing coding agents or AI software tools are being brought to market? Why won't they be as efficient, and why aren't they actually solving the problem customers have?
The root problem, and I can speak to this from experience at Warp, where we've actually, we have a token reselling business. We have an agent, and we've grown that business really well. So like, here's an example of the conundrum. So we're growing our revenue really well, and all of a sudden, tokens get cheaper because OpenAI has done like a cut their prices, or open weight models have gotten better. We want to pass that benefit on, obviously, but there's like if you are in the startup game, or even like the Anthropic and OpenAI game, passing on cheaper prices when the bulk of your revenue comes from selling like those tokens can make your revenue go down. And so that's really painful, I think, if you're a startup founder, especially one like you've had like a hyper growth startup, you've gone like, say, 0 to 100 million revenue, and like it's all from providing AI, and then all of a sudden AI gets a lot cheaper. You're like, do I like lower my prices and risk that revenue growth? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's like and what you should, because if you don't, you're gonna be, your competition will do it. But it really does provide you with like a moment of pause where it's like, you don't actually want those prices to go down, but your customers do. And so you may be able to navigate this, but what makes it much easier is if you're in a position, or as a business, you don't care about the prices, because all the value that you're adding is like around like orchestration and data management and like benchmarking and all that stuff. I just think it may be harder to get the super duper fast growth off of that, but it's like, you can at least be confident that you're not making a sort of like futures bet on the price of tokens when it comes to the growth of your company.
Yeah,
That make
definitely.
sense?
100% makes sense. One last question I had for you. And so I know you guys are building specifically focused on doing open infrastructure, allowing custom like companies to decide how they want to use their tools and your tools to improve their whole development process. What is the goal? What is the world you're building towards?
Yeah, so the eventual goal is that if you're a company, you're a customer of ours, or any software company, you have a sort of well-working internal software factory where ideas come in, and like things that solve user problems come out. Like, that's the point of software to me. And like, I want to use better software. Like, the mission of our company has always been help developers ship better software more quickly. I want to live in a world where I'm not using like vibe coded shitty software, and I want to like use delightful apps. And so we're trying to help companies deliver that to their customers. And we want to help them do it in a way that gets better and better over time. And we live in an era of this like magical AI technology that actually makes this possible, but the technology has to be deployed in a way that will actually deliver software optimally. And so that's like what our focus is.
Amazing. Zach, really appreciate you for coming on MTS today and sharing more about what you are building at Warp. Make sure to go check them out. And yeah, Zach, thank you for coming on MTS.
Thanks, Sophia. This was awesome. Appreciate you having me.
Appreciate you for joining, and we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back.
We are back.
are live with Fleeting Bits, who is one of the great internet AI anons who we've had on before multiple times. We have a lot to talk about, as always. You know, the singularity. There's never a dull moment, really. So I guess we could start with GLM 5.3 Flash. Aux Alpha has finally been released. We now know that it is a GLM model. Despite all of the cope about it being a Google model of some kind, like a Google Pro model, or even just a GLM 5.3 model that was post-trained by an American lab, or even just GLM 5.3 trained on American chips. No, it was just straight up GLM 5.3 Flash on entirely Chinese chips, according to ZAI.
Yes. It's a really interesting model because it's sort of, okay, so in certain respects, it's sort of like already priced in. And that if you sort of look at DeepSeek V4 Flash Vision Experimental, like it comes in at probably a fairly similar capability level and also like a fairly similar cost profile, at least for when DeepSeek is in off-peak hours. DeepSeek has different pricing for peak hours and off-peak hours. But I think what it is that it's about 10x cheaper than Kimi K3. And so like, you know, it's one of these things where the Chinese market is enormously competitive. And the Chinese labs are enormously competitive with each other. And they're more than happy to push each other's gross margins down to close to zero. Like Zhipu has something like 20% gross margins as of their last annual report on API revenue.
Yeah. We actually called this like last week, or was that? Yeah, that was last week. We were like, it's probably a GLM model. The fact that it was Flash, though, is really surprising.
Well, we were like deferring to other people, you know. It wasn't like, oh, with my powers of intuition and deduction, I figured out that it was a GLM model.
After reading the top like 5 tweets, we were like, yeah, it's GLM.
But I think we did vibe that it was not like a Gemini model.
Yeah, I think that it's sort of interesting that everyone, I think it's sort of interesting that everyone is sort of like, I think was hoping that Google had some new great release. Like, and that combined with, you know, vague posting from like Google researchers. But I think that it's sort of on curve for like Chinese models, like cheap, high performant models coming out of China sort of feels on curve. And, yeah, it's interesting though, because whenever a new model comes out on OpenRouter under a like pseudonymous name, like everyone begins trying to speculate aggressively.
Yeah. Do you think there's any truth to the meme that we were looking at before we went live of like, do you think that people are going to be using this model? How do you predict it's going to be
the
used?
meme for audience context was like, you know, 2 Chads on the computer, and it was like, whoa, it has a 1 million context window, and it's powered by Chinese chips. It's so over. Are you going to use it? No. You? No.
No, okay, see, this is... Okay, this makes sense. So I think that there are like 2 things like going on here. Like the first is that like actually, even though Opus is 30 times as expensive as, you know, GLM 5.3 Flash, like the amount of human labor that Opus saves is worth the cost uplift. Like Opus is still only like $5 input tokens and what, $25 output tokens. So it's sort of like per million output tokens. So it's sort of like, if you think about like maybe Opus, like if we were to imagine it on the meter curve, and this is sort of speculative, like Opus probably has twice as long a horizon as GLM 5.3 Flash. And so if you think about that is like, I don't know, like 30 hours worth of human labor versus like 15, like even though it's 30 times as expensive, you're going to save way more human labor and therefore way more money using Opus rather than using GLM 5.3 Flash.
Yeah.
And so I think that just means that like you should still expect enterprise usage to be sitting on the frontier models until more tasks saturate. And like the majority of token usage that people do might migrate to these kinds of models, but like the majority of their spend is still going to stay on frontier models. You know, like they might have sub-agents that run, you know, GLM 5.3 Flash. I mean, and honestly, not American companies really, but like we could imagine if someone was really cost optimizing, they would set it up that way. But I think they would still use frontier models for most of the human relevant tasks.
So do you see like a version of model routing where like you have like subagents that are just like some instance of an open source Chinese model? Like, would that actually gain enterprise adoption?
Okay, so I think that this is the thing. It's like, when we think about it theoretically in terms of like capabilities, then I think, yes, it makes sense that such a thing would happen. And I think that's sort of what happens like right now. Like, like when you spin up COD code, like, it can spin up agents, sub-agents that are not running Opus or whatever. But like, I think that as far as like enterprise adoption in America, it's going to be like tough to get enterprise adoption on open source Chinese models just because there are a lot of enterprises that are risk averse and don't really understand what an open source Chinese model is and just hear that it's Chinese and probably don't want to use it. And so they'd probably be more interested in using like MetaMuse Spark or like, even Inkling or Nemotron than they would using open source Chinese models. And so I think that there's like a lot of resistance to enterprise penetration of open source Chinese models in the United States and Europe.
Yeah. Do you think it could be like a good move for Google, like since we were talking about Google, to release an open source model, just given that there's so much demand for open source now, and it doesn't look like they are releasing something with like very frontier capabilities?
I think the risk is that for Google is that an open source model right now that they would release would actually sort of eat their lunch. Like they are not selling frontier tokens right now, really. Like Gemini 3.1 Pro is an old model. Like they really are selling like small, like Flash model style tokens. And so I think that for Google to release an open source model right now might actually be a mistake because it might be something people could run instead of their model. I mean, some of it has to do with how like efficient they are at inference, and like they're going to have a better cost basis than like the people that would run the open source model. Like maybe it makes some sort of like enterprise adoption play, but I think in general, open source is more of like a tech demo and more of like a way to like generate buzz along in the internet community and like get researchers to be interested in joining your company than it is actually a way to make money. I think releasing the model as open source is not a good way to increase returns right now.
Yeah.
So another thing I wanted to talk about was your tweet from over the weekend on quick thoughts on RSI. So you said there's two different concepts of RSI. There's fully automated model development, which turns the frontier labs into oil fields with much less human expertise needed. And the second thing was accelerated development of model capabilities, which could lead to faster automation of office work relevant to future employment patterns. It is not clear to me that fully automated model development necessarily means you will have an accelerated development of model capabilities, you say. But like, why not? Like, if you can automate AI research, why would you not be able to automate like most of the rest of the economy? Is the idea that AI research is like easier for models to do?
Oh, okay. So I think that the thing here is that like, I think that what I really wanted to do was I wanted to disambiguate between like two ways of thinking about RSI. One being like that the researchers within the lab are automated and that causes them to like lose leverage within the lab, and like it's easier for the government to nationalize a lab because it doesn't have to coordinate the people in the lab as clearly. Like labs become more like oil fields and less like James Street. And then the other idea is just basically like, what is the rate of AI progress? And like, I think that the thing about the rate of AI progress is that it's possible that all of this is just sort of already priced in. Like I did another post over the weekend that was showing like the meter graph. And this was sort of in response to like, not the meter graph, the Epoch ECI capabilities index. And this was sort of in response to, researcher vague posting. About like, incredible things are happening in the lab, like you can't see them, but incredible things are happening. And it's sort of like actually the rate of progress has just been like very steady since the release of reasoning models. And like incredible things might be happening in the labs, but they sort of seem priced in. And so I'm not saying RSI is priced in, but I could imagine that actually just like continuing to get this rate of capability growth like gets harder and harder over time, because like you have to make more and more impressive research discoveries. You have to utilize your compute better and better. And like in that sense, like RSA automating AI research and sort of like speeding it up is just sort of priced in and gets canceled out by the increased difficulty of research. Like, I'm not saying that that's necessarily true. I'm just saying there is a world in which that is the case.
Well, could we get like another like reasoning moment soon? Like something that basically makes the rate of change steeper?
Yeah, like we've only had one of these in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is something I want to see. Like, I think that like when Astra is released, like when we finally get access to it, like Fable 5.1 is another one to look at on this curve.
Perhaps
like,
tomorrow.
Perhaps tomorrow. Like that would be very exciting. Like I think we want more data points post, like sort of post Opus 4.5 world, because like if the take is sort of that Opus 4.5, even it was sort of predictable from a capability point of view, was sort of like non-linear from an adoption point of view. Like it gave people like way more, like it crossed some threshold of usefulness where suddenly like it was way more useful, and like it was way less of a burden for a human to be able to delegate tasks to it. Like we want to see more data points after that took place so we can see if that's really accelerating frontier research in a way that is faster than the problems are getting harder.
Yeah. So I guess back to RSI, do you think that there's like a possibility that we just get accelerated development of model capabilities that are like extremely jagged? Or do you think it'll all sort of be, all the capabilities will like largely grow in tandem with each other?
Okay, I feel like this is one of the great questions, and it's sort of like driven in part, like it's very hard for us to figure out like how much of progress is data, because like if most of progress is data and certain data is very hard to get, then like setting aside compute, like you need the compute to turn the data into a model, but like if you need the data to get progress, like, and certain pockets of data are very hard to get, then you would expect capabilities to like lag in those locations. And if certain things are like particularly amenable to like AI research, like mathematics, then maybe you would expect to get more spiky capabilities there. Sometimes it's hard though to separate that from data, because it's actually probably very easy to generate synthetic mathematical data. Like a lot of mathematical data is available. Like, but I think that one of the things is like, are there pockets of data that are particularly hard to get, that make it so that it is hard to like advanced capabilities in that domain? And I can see that being something that would lead to like spiky model capabilities.
Well, what would be examples of that sort of data?
I don't know. I'm thinking like high-end legal data, or like high-end corporate negotiation data, or like corporate strategy, or like maybe things that are like things that involve having a knowledge of what the market is doing in a particular place, but for which there are confidentiality restrictions around it that make it hard to get that data out. Now, I think it's hard to actually imagine these kinds of pockets of data, because like you could imagine even for law, like Mercor could hire expert lawyers, pay them $1,000 an hour, give them like pretend deals to work through, like based on publicly available deals. And then even though that data, quote unquote, isn't available, you can probably make something that looks a lot like the real data once you know that that's something you want to improve on. So like I can imagine spikiness being something that's sort of like downstream of data availability or downstream of verifiability, like those two things. But like other than that, I think that we should expect capabilities to continue advancing like everywhere. I mean, there's also just a problem though, where sometimes the labs have like a reason that like it's difficult for them to advance capabilities in some particular place. Like, I don't know, like I think that maybe creative writing is the example everyone gives of this, but I don't actually know if the models are bad writers. it seems to me like part of it is actually just that we all read AI writing so much that we're sick of it. But when people who haven't read AI writing before read it, they're like, oh, this is actually pretty good.
It could also be like a prompting problem to a small degree, because I've definitely reached a point like with the model before in a chat where I've been like, wow, that was actually kind of beautiful, you know? So I think it's just that the default
AI psychosis. No, I do this too sometimes.
Yeah, I swear AI wrote a fantastic poem for me like a month ago.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while. Like, you know, given enough context within a chat.
Right.
I had another question that I was about to ask, but oh yeah, okay. So I guess like Mark Zuckerberg talked about this idea of like subsidizing models for people if you allow the model to train on like your chat data. And so I guess going back to your point about like some data is harder to collect and some data is more valuable than other data, like do you think we'll just get to a point where like actual model companies are creating incentives for like really, really skilled people, like just individual users to sort of like interact with their models so that they can train on the chat logs? Is this already happening? Like I would imagine certain model providers already have like very valuable super users, like people who are really, really good at math that use a certain model. That data is really, really valuable.
Yeah, so I think that it makes sense for labs to think about ways in order to sort of acquire data directly and sort of cut out the middleman of Mercor and Surge and Handshake and Co. And the reason is just that, like, if you go and you're OpenAI and you pay Handshake for data, Handshake knows what data you want and then knows that even if they're contractually obligated to just sell that data to you, they know then that Anthropic would probably be interested in this data as well. And they've just like figured out how to like mine that pool of experts. And so they're then going to be able to produce that data for Anthropic as well. So not only are you like paying Handshake's margins, you're also like, in a sense, like capitalizing your competition and making it easier for them to replicate the capabilities that you just got. And so I think it does make sense for Frontier Labs to like verticalize over their data. The hard part is figuring out like the right way to do it, because it's hard to find the person who's using your model for like really good ends or really good purposes, or, you know, is doing something really important with it in math or something like that. Like it's hard to find that, especially if they're on paid plans and you can't look at their data.
Right.
So I think that Zuck's solution is sort of like one of the most interesting like options, which is just give people the model for really, really cheap, but not free. So you don't have the selection effects that you had with like LM Arena, where people use it for free, and so you sort of get like not the best selection of the market, not necessarily the people whose data you want giving you the data. Instead, you get people who are willing to pay, but who want intelligence, but who are like they have to be doing some kind of like big experiment. So I sort of feel like it's like the person who's coding like really interesting stuff and who wants a lot of tokens, like they're going to pay for MetaMuse Spark 1.2. Like they'll pay for that data, like that cheap data option, because they want to use a lot of tokens, but they want it to be smart. And those are probably people doing interesting projects. So I think it's about figuring out the right way to design your subsidy so that it attracts the people you want.
Right.
Yeah. So last question before we go. How much do you think public capabilities progress will meaningfully be slowed down by labs choosing not to release their best models for safety reasons, or being preempted from doing so by the government, which we saw already with 5.6 and with Fable, and we're now seeing again with Astra?
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting question, and I don't know exactly how labs. So I think that on the one hand, I can imagine labs not wanting to release their best model because they're scared of it being distilled. So maybe they have an internal reason to not want to release their best models and to only release smaller distillations that they've made themselves. I can imagine it's so hard. I can imagine the government like the models really are going to have like very impressive cyber capabilities and a fairly like they already do, and there isn't much that can be done about it. But I can imagine the government really trying to like press US labs not to release their models. We haven't even gotten to the point of like bio capabilities being really dangerous, but that's probably like shortly on the horizon. Like there are a lot of reasons to think that the government will sort of shut down or slow the frontier, like in terms of public access. I guess the counter argument though is that like Chinese models seem like it doesn't seem like there's been a pressure to stop in China to stop Chinese companies from releasing their sort of Chinese frontier models as open source. And so it's possible that the US government policy will just get sort of eviscerated by Chinese progress there. But I guess the answer is that it's a coin flip, and it's hard to see how the government will react to it. And it's hard to see how the labs will react to it. But I think that there are very good reasons why labs are going to want to be slower to release their models. But I think it will end up ultimately, if you look at the capabilities graph, assuming these models are still allowed to be released to the public, it will end up not slowing capabilities too much because the smaller distilled versions are normally better than the older, larger versions within a fairly short period of time. And they'll probably my guess is that they'll show a similar rate of progress. So the rate of progress might continue to look similar, but there'll be a longer period of time for which the actual frontier is behind closed doors.
Right. Yeah. Well, all super interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Fleeting Bits, for joining us on MTS. Awesome.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, folks.
Always a pleasure. And we'll be right back.
All right, we are so back with MTS. I am joined by Professor Benjamin Vincent and Professor Alex Rubinstein, who are two UNC researchers who lead a lab developing personalized cancer immunotherapies. So welcome both. I have a lot of questions for you guys today because we did just get some interesting news. So there is a drug that I will not be able to pronounce well, daraxonrasib, which is a something like that, which is the first targeted daily pill for advanced metastatic pancreatic cancer. And it looks like that just got approved today. So we were talking before the air about how this might be the fastest that the FDA has ever moved. What can you guys speak to about this drug?
I'm going to let Ben go. I feel like, he's a doctor. He'll know more about it. I mean, pancreatic cancer is outside of my area, and this is a personalized immunotherapy, but daraxonrasib is super exciting. A RAS inhibitor drug that works on one of the main molecular drivers associated with pancreatic cancer incidence and progression, and has had exceptional response rates even with advanced and metastatic disease. It got a standing ovation at the ASCO meeting, which is this year, which is a major meeting until early summer. And I'm extremely gratified to see the FDA moving so quickly. I wish it had come sooner. And I wish, in the days of the clinical trial abundance movement, we were a little further along. I actually had a beloved great uncle who recently died of pancreatic cancer. He had the RAS mutation. And he was 6 weeks too late in being able to get daraxonrasib, which hurts, despite his clinicians trying to get it through an expanded access program and so on. There are plenty of reasons for that, right? Some justifiable, maybe some not. Great congratulations for RevMed for making it. I wish it was even faster to approve. I guess as a non-doctor, I can give them more sensationalist context. There are RAS mutations in other cancers. It's not just for pancreatic cancer. It's a maybe more general mechanism for targeting other oncogenic mutations in cancers. There is resistance to it. It's not curative, but then RevMed has a pretty plausible path to playing whack-a-mole with resistance mutations. So they've shown good data on what happens when the cancer mutates away from control. And so it's not it's super exciting to have an effective medicine in pancreatic cancer because most trials fail for that. If you go to clinicaltrials.gov, you can, without really looking at many specifics, just kind of look at the results for pancreatic cancer and say, yeah, those are all going to fail. This is qualitatively different, and it generalizes beyond that one cancer type, beyond that one mutation, has kind of a strategic path to dealing with the cancer adapting to being under that treatment. I feel big picture, it's not just an exciting drug, it's kind of an exciting direction building other drugs. Also, the drug itself is cool and is kind of more amenable to AI design. I don't think there's a great AI story for this particular drug, but these kinds of drugs, cyclic peptides, there are binder design tools that are pretty good at spitting those out. And, comparatively, there's other kinds of drugs that are harder still to do in silico design. So it kind of points in a good direction, even though it's not in and of itself this drug is not the singularity. On the other hand, it's kind of a useful tool in a broad toolkit where, as you get better computational design, having this category unlocked is nice.
Yeah, I'm also curious sort of about the method of delivery because oral seems, first of all, very convenient for, a cancer of this nature. So I'm wondering, is this possible for other cancers, or is this kind of a unique instance?
I think I read a little bit about this. So I don't want to overrepresent my understanding either of this drug or just of this space because it's not an immunotherapy. So I read a little bit about it. It definitely, it's, for a biologic type drug where, it's a big blob of amino acids. It's pretty big compared to many drugs that are orally available. And it violates some of the pharmacological rules of thumb about how to make a drug that's going to be available if you take it as a pill. So there is some cleverness. I think the initial attempt to bring this into the clinic bankrupt a company, and they had to sort of rescue it and try again. And there's a heroic effort around both designing it and actually getting it over the finish line. That said, the category of drug that it falls into, these macrocycles, have a really interesting space of biological properties and have been sort of weakly explored by traditional drug development. And so there probably will be other macrocycle drugs that are orally available that do some interesting thing inside of cells. So I think in general, this all points to a promising direction where other kinds of similar breakthroughs are going to come.
Right. Yeah, I hope so. So I guess shifting gears to personalized cancer immunotherapies, what can you guys say about the Moderna and Merck result, which is the first positive phase 3 result for an individualized neoantigen therapy?
You can go. I wish we could say a lot more than we can, right? So we got a press release, and that's all we have right now. Their earlier results were published in 2024 that showed improved survival in this clinical context, which was melanoma after surgical resection, comparing personalized vaccine plus PD-1 inhibitor to PD-1 inhibitor. That was very exciting. And so I think now we're waiting to see what was the actual, what was the effect size and variance around this meeting of the primary endpoint. And also, what is the immune monitoring data there? So, for example, if they could give up to 34 personalized tumor antigens per vaccine, how many of those 34 actually elicited immune responses in the people? What were the magnitude of those, and so on? So, how much of this is, was it a home run or, was it another single? We don't know yet. But I think if it bears out clinically, refer to this as the end of the beginning in personalized cancer vaccine field. That's been brewing for 15 years now. But as you said, this is the first phase 3 report. And, it's exciting.
Yeah. So, okay, can I zoom out and give an extremely brief context of
please.
So, when I switched from computer science to biomedical research, it was around when personalized cancer vaccines were taking off as a concept. And that really emerged from a few technological unlocks. I think the biggest of which is being able to sequence a lot of DNA and RNA. So once you could sequence a lot of DNA and RNA, people really quickly were like, oh, why don't we just sequence everyone's tumors? And what do you do with that? 10, 15 years ago, the available armament of drugs was pretty bad. There were no rev meds back then. There were no really good precise therapies, but you could see all the mutations. And there's a few other things that are happening around, building up machine learning models in the immune system that lets you say well, I can see these mutations and some of them might be targetable by the adaptive immune system. So why don't we try to nudge the immune system to go after the mutations? And so that's the idea that really one-shotted me into medicine, and I haven't gone back since, because it sounds really elegant, sounds really general, could eventually be a curative therapy for all cancers with a bunch of machine learning and algorithms right in the middle. And so someone from a computery background, that's very appealing. But when I started working on this and ended up helping to start some trials, those trials didn't do a lot. So we built all the infrastructure and did all the sequencing and ran the predictions, but they didn't really have discernible clinical benefit. And that's also been true. The people running the trials will not always describe it that way. That's pretty much been true for a while. There's a whole 10-year block of it's really logistically cool that you can start these trials. You can sequence the patient's cancer and sequence their genome, look at the differences, build the vaccine, and then give them the vaccine, and then they die of cancer, and then you just start another one. So that was an early stage in these kinds of trials. And there are some possible additional unlocks that came from mRNA vaccines being potentially a bit more immunogenic and having a sort of larger capacity as far as how many targets they could carry. Is there, why weren't the early trials delivering on their promise? You could make a lot of different reasons, but one could just be that we're not that good at figuring out what the immune system should be going after. But if you have a large enough set of candidates that are being encoded, then you get a few hits on the tumor. Maybe one or two things from the vaccine, you get an immune response, and it's really on the tumor. So your immune cells start attacking the cancer. Maybe not a lot, maybe it's not that many targets, the magnitude of the response isn't that big, but if you have not a lot of cancer cells left and you have a lot of good candidates to have chosen from, so that's this kind of resected melanoma context that Moderna just had their success in, then you start seeing clinical benefits. I think that's kind of where we are right now, is like in an optimistic setting where there wasn't a lot of cancer left in someone's body, and and you really had a choice of a lot of good mutations to go after. It seems like it's starting to work, which is super exciting because it's like all we've been working on for a while. On the other hand, we don't really have the details of like how well it's working yet. And I think that there are some definitely under-optimized components, both in the platform that they're using and also in all the algorithmic machine learning steps and how you find mutations in the cancer, all of that. So there's stuff to improve. And it's nice because if you get your like little success, you can start hill climbing up to the more exciting, more general therapy. It's going to work in other cancers. It's going to work in more advanced settings. So the kind of like end of the beginning, I think, is that we might have found an indication, a setting where this whole really complicated idea works, and now we're going to start tuning and optimizing it to broaden the scope of where it works.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I'm curious, like, how much of this is bottlenecked on data, like collecting all of the data, versus the pure like ML problems?
Those are so interlinked. It's this is not a situation where switching to transformers really solved anything. We had shallow, dense feed-forward neural networks in the early 2000s predicting some of the immunological steps, and when everyone switched over to transformers to try to predict the same things, it got a little bit better. Not a lot better. The data is a problem. It's not the same kind of data that you can just, like with general AI, you can scrape the internet and you can make some verifiable RL tasks. So you have like all of the internet plus a bunch of math problems. And if you stick those two together with a big enough network, it starts getting smart. Here, the data you need is much more scientifically focal. Like the things that we're missing are, you kind of need a lot of domain expertise to know where the missing parts are, because you need a mental model of like what's happening in the tumor cell, what's happening in the cell that takes up the vaccine, what's happening when we generate data about those in the instrument that like it might give it severe biases of what it can and can't see. And so you kind of have to like think through that stuff and find a bunch of black boxes and say, yeah, we need more data that either accounts for that or directly measures that extra thing.
Yeah, I guess I'm also curious, like, how personalized is each vaccine? Like, if you have like a bunch of data, I guess, about like tumors, then at one point is that generalizable to like any person? Versus to what extent is it like a very truly individual, each person poses a very individual problem?
So that's a brilliant and really important question. And I think it's a thing we need to figure out with the data we're going to generate over the next few years. Because on the one hand, most of the mutations, say the single point mutations in tumors, are unique to individuals. But there's a small number that are shared across the population, and we don't know how many of those or what proportion of them are actually presented and immunogenic, so making good vaccine targets, right? But there's a more general failure mode here, which is just we don't know how to go from the DNA and RNA variants that we can see fairly well to which ones are high probability presented as targets by the tumor cells. And then of the ones that are presented as targets, which ones can T cell responses be raised to by a vaccine? So it's sort of two parts of the efficacy problem, and we have to solve them separately. And so if it turns out that there are classes of tumor antigens or these immune response targets that are shared across a lot of people, and you can imagine a minimally personalized vaccine, maybe with 100 or 200 off-the-shelf components that you just mix and match for people, but you've manufactured in big batches, that will be a lot more scalable and deliverable than a bespoke product for every individual
which is what Moderna did.
Which is what Moderna did.
Manufactured from scratch.
Yeah.
Right.
But we actually don't know enough of the science to know if what you just described is possible in reality or not.
And I think from my, I want everyone to have good medicine as soon as possible hat, I want the shared antigen story to be as true as it can be. It'd be nice to have, like, you just have a freezer full of vaccine components, and when someone shows up, you mix and match them and you give them their version that, like, in a day they get access to, and then it's effective.
Yeah.
On the other hand, from my, bio AI accelerationist hat, I kind of want the fully personalized version to get fleshed out a lot more and broadened, because it's a totally different way to do medicine, right? The mix and matchy thing is like kind of close to things, like it still has some personalization to it, but like it's still recognizable as like you get a prescription for Tylenol and this other thing, and you just combine them. The one where you have to like profile someone's genome and their tumor's genome and run that through like a giant pile of computational tools, and then feed that to an AI, and then it generates some RNA sequences, and then you synthesize them from scratch and really with very little testing inject it back into the person. That's just sci-fi shit. Like, we're just doing crazy sci-fi shit all the time now. There's been like hundreds of trials doing this, and it's really under the radar for how different from the rest of medicine it is. So I want that to get fleshed out to see like what else we can do with that.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that that is possible in like the next 10 years? Like, you sequence the disease, like some particular person's disease, and then design the therapy, and then just ship the vaccine?
I mean, 100%. Like, that's all the personalized cancer vaccines are aiming for an approval for that process. And then if they're effective, they'll become a standard of care. So someone with melanoma, like, the way you treat melanoma might become, well, you have to feed the genetic sequencing data from the cancer to this machine, and then it synthesizes some RNA, and then we inject it. And there's no kind of normal population tested thing in there. Like, you're just going to keep making medicine from scratch at a really large scale. And I think if you're doing that, the thing that I kind of love about it is that it's such a good foot in the door for like, what other situations would you like to do something similar? You do the sequencing and you find that there's some other kind of vulnerability. It may not be, a vaccine target. It might be some other kind of immune target, or it might be not an immune thing at all. It might be like, I want to inhibit this gene that only in this patient seems important. Or, if I added this other element to all the genes in their body, it would be pretty low toxicity in normal cells, but would really stop cancer cells from growing. There's these other directions you can go in that are also tuned to the characteristics of the tumor. And because they just don't yet have a like safe, well understood platform that they can be carried in, and there's not as much understanding about the safety of other therapeutics as there is for vaccines, which are actually like really well understood. And so there are these other things you could do that are still not quite there yet, but you could draft off the precedent we're creating with personalized cancer vaccines. And I think that is like a whole separate exciting thing on top of whatever clinical benefit a particular vaccine gives you.
Yeah, like the future is just kind of like bundled care, depending on like, running your particular DNA sequence and then seeing what, even necessarily with regards to cancer, but any other diseases.
You like profile your disease state. And then, I mean, I think that there will be limits to that, and you're often limited by, you can't just cook up a random small molecule drug and give it to someone without testing. Because it'll either do nothing or you'll kill them, and it's really unlikely to like hit your target precisely. On the other hand, like, you might find platforms that are like have a strong safety prior, and you're very unlikely to kill someone, and you do have some window of accuracy of your models in which you'll hit a good target. And so I think that's kind of like the direction to go in, is to find programmable platforms that are generally safe, and then get the models designing the programmable part good. So there's a big role for AI in that. And I think it's not there yet, but like it could be there kind of soon.
Yeah.
And the safety, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I'm also curious, like, even if it's not hyper personalized, is there any evidence that, for example, you could like sequence a family or there's some heritability, so you would be able to basically create something for like a family, like it would work on like, you know, your sisters or your mom or whatever it might be, because there's that like common ground.
I mean, definitely. I think it's like maybe in the spectrum of genetically targeted medicine, and it gets really far outside of oncology, where I don't know as much what the things are you could do. I can imagine some, you know, there's already some amount of activity kind of like this around antisense oligos for silencing mutations or for trying to repair genetic defects in like splicing. And so there's a nonprofit, which I'm totally blanking on. Do you remember what they are, Ben?
No, the ASO one? No.
Yeah. Oh, it's this wonderful, like, they have a very low acceptance rate for cases, but if kids get born with germline defects that are potentially correctable with antisense oligos, they'll take them on if they think it's going to work and it sort of fits in the, you know, their workload. They'll take on that single case, which is often totally de novo germline genetic defects, and they'll design a therapeutic for that one kid and then make a lifetime supply of the ASO for them. And that's already kind of like what you're saying, and sort of fits with this way in which like the future is really unevenly distributed. Like there's this one nonprofit doing that with like rare disease families, and I think no one really knows about it. I already forgot their name. And like that,
and they can't do it for very many people at once.
And it's like philanthropically funded and it's still kind of slow. But like you can imagine the scaled up AI accelerated version of those kinds of therapies for a broader range of patients.
Yep, totally.
And I think that the Moderna results kind of like a step in the direction of like, you know, you start getting the expansion of medicine out into this generative world, where it's not a fixed composition of matter tested at the population scale, but it's a process we trust to make a totally new medicine every time that still is going to work.
Yeah, you know, you had brought up daraxonrasib before, and there are ways that these things, you know, combinatorially assist one another. So vaccines work best when there's minimal detectable disease, and daraxonrasib can take a pancreatic cancer there but not cure them if you give them 9 months. So you imagine then you give someone that drug, then you give them a vaccine, you know, maybe your chance of curing the otherwise incurable cancer is, you know, is high. Hopefully it will be in the future. Whereas without someone developing a drug like daraxonrasib, it doesn't make the best use of the personalized vaccine.
Right.
And every new medicine, you know, if we have the right biomarker studies and we're doing sequencing and whatnot, then, you know, we can develop much better bespoke treatment strategies, not just bespoke medicines, but use the available therapies wherever they're coming from and figure out how to sequence them together in chains that make sense.
And I think that, you know, people outside oncology don't appreciate how rich the armament's getting, because when I started working on this stuff and we were looking at personalized prediction of therapies, they all sucked. They were like highly toxic, crappy therapies that weren't curative. Like, which tyrosine kinase inhibitor should this patient take? Doesn't matter. They're all going to be kind of bad for them and then they'll die. But now there's like actually a lot of very molecularly precise therapeutics, some of which can be curative, and they like can be matched through profiling of the tumor to figure out something about like, is it more or less likely to work? And it's still, you know, it's like not full coverage and not all the drugs work that well. And the signal of like when it all comes together, of like from your sequencing to which therapy is going to work is really noisy, but there are just a lot more options now. So you can imagine a just sort of like harness around all this of personalized therapeutics and also many rich options of like antibody drug conjugates and radioligand therapies and these kind of like pan-RAS type, you know, macrocycle drugs, and just like there's a ton of good drugs that have come out in the past 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it opens up traditional things like surgery and radiation therapy.
Yeah.
You know, if the dogma is in metastatic cancer, don't do surgery because it doesn't help. Well, what if you could shrink all the tumors, you know, to almost nothing? then it might actually cure someone to take them out surgically.
Yeah, like you have oligomets, you shrink them all, radiate them, you might cure them. And it's like,
exactly.
and all that stuff is sort of like, that's the like unfolding frontier of oncology.
Yeah.
Like, making sense of how it all fits together and which things you should do and what's possible. It's like, that's the work of the next like 10 or so years.
Yeah. No, that's fascinating. I mean, you made me optimistic about that. So thanks so much. Thanks so much, Professor.
It's a very exciting moment. Like, you know,
it is. It really is.
In lots of directions.
All right. Thank you guys so much. This was fascinating.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with MTS. All right.
And we're back with some discourse review, starting with a very prominent person is back after quite a while in the shadows.
Who could this be?
Who could this be? His entire face, he has a whole profile in the New York Times. This is a guy who's worth like $100 billion. It would have been a lot more if he didn't donate all of his stock. He controls one of the largest philanthropic entities in the world. That was, I think, the largest before the OpenAI Foundation. And he has just come out about X-risk, existential risk from artificial intelligence. So Bill Gates warns AI is more dangerous than big tech will admit. So he did an interview with the New York Times and he did a personal blog post. So which one should we do first?
Let's do this one first. Blog post is primary source, so let's do blog post first, maybe.
Did they even transcribe the interview? I don't think they did. But yeah, let's do blog post first.
Okay.
So Bill Gates has been hiding for a while because of his associations with Jeffrey Epstein. He's kind of stayed out of the spotlight. But now I guess he's keeping it DL, exactly. But now I guess he thinks that AI risk is important enough for him to step back. He says, the turbulent AI era is here. The choices we make now are critical. We need a plan to ensure that the good outweighs the bad.
I wonder how long he's been AGI pilled. I mean, presumably he's he's like a prominent figure in tech. He's been thinking about this for a long time. I don't know if he fully predicted he would see it in his lifetime, but it's here now. So let's hear what he has to say. During my entire life, I've only had 2 jobs. In the first one, I played a role in developing software to empower people through my work at Microsoft. My second one, I started full-time in 2008. I'm giving back the wealth I made at Microsoft with the goal of making the world a healthier, better educated, more equitable place. I feel like he's like a normie adjacent version of like an EA.
What's weird though is that
normie EA.
Back in the day, he was absolutely not normie adjacent. Like 1980 era Bill Gates was like absolutely the same archetype as like a Leopold Aschenbrenner. He was like a very young person who was absolutely on the ball with technology, who was able to see things that other people didn't, who was able to build these enormous institutions at a very young age. And he's been doing, I think in the last like 10 years or so, he's kind of boomered out. It's unclear to me the extent to which he has actually boomered out or if his boomering out is just like public persona. You know, he's always been this like smart nerd. I'm not sure if he still is underneath. If 1980 Bill Gates is still, you know, hiding under the surface of 2026 Bill Gates.
Who is he now?
Yep. So
yeah, and I think that he just like faced significant backlash from like the Epstein stuff. I think from people,
and his Epstein stuff was actually pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, he got divorced. He
got divorced. He was like on the island like multiple times.
Bro was posted up on the island.
Yeah.
And then he's like buying the farmland and stuff. So people on Instagram Reels hate him. You know, he's actually like I think pretty unpopular billionaire, even compared to like, I don't know, his peers. But yeah, anyways. So both of these experiences inform my perspective on artificial intelligence. When I first learned about computers at age 13, I was fascinated by the idea of making them more intelligent. Although the term AI was used from around the time I was born, the technology only made significant progress in the last decade. It's continued to improve at a mind-blowing rate. It'll be either the greatest equalizer ever invented or the worst source of injustice.
In terms of equity, he's still talking about equity. Does bro know it's not 2021 anymore?
Yeah, true.
The transition to this new AI era will be one of the most turbulent times in human history. How will we use this technology to make the world a fairer place and keep it from widening the divide between rich and poor? How will we protect the people who are most vulnerable to the harms caused by AI, including those who lose their livelihoods and sense that they're in control of their future? Like, just the widening the divide between rich and poor is not as much of a problem as like poor people remaining poor. Like rich people are much richer in relation to poor people now than before the Industrial Revolution. Yeah.
Like, well, no, it's definitely not as bad as
I would prefer poor people are richer and rich people are even richer than no one is richer.
Sure. Yeah. I think that like it's very important for him, a billionaire, to point out this.
It's important for him to signal.
I think it's like he is somebody who dedicated himself to philanthropy.
Yes.
Hopefully we see more billionaires going in this direction. I think they naturally will, right? Like Sam Altman with the OpenAI Foundation, Dario Amodei, very EA.
I think Dario's already promised to donate 80% of his net worth.
Yeah. So I think it's like, people talk about like a billionaire tax or whatever, or like a, I think like Bernie has been like billionaires shouldn't exist. I think it's more like they should be substantially incentivized or directly pressured to like aid in philanthropy,
Mm-hmm.
They should redistribute in some way. But
this is so boomer. I just don't know if this is like an act to, be presentable to this like international like nonprofit kind of
I don't
complex, or if he's really like this.
It's really hard to tell. I think it's like, yeah, man.
Yo, me and Bill are low-key matching right now. Look at this. I did not know he was dripped out like that. I don't have the collared shirt under my gray sweater. I do have, the gray sweater. I got the glasses.
I think people tend to have contempt for billionaires, especially when they go to Epstein Island. But I think maybe like Dario might be the first actually like beloved billionaire eventually. I don't know. It's like hard to tell. But
wait, you said Dario would be the beloved billionaire?
Yeah.
Dario's hated. Didn't you see?
No, he's hated by like other tech people. I think
No, there's this survey of like young people's opinions on tech billionaires, and Dario is like hated. They do not like him.
He's hated more than
yes.
Like, do you think like the average person feels worse about Dario than they feel about like Sam or something?
I think empirically, yes.
To me, that's like kind of crazy. He doesn't. What I mean by this is like he doesn't have any like personal offenses.
There it is.
That have been like publicly traced back to him, like moral personal offenses, if that makes sense.
So Dario is trusted less than Sam Altman by young people.
Actually, Satya is probably like, if he's known, people probably feel good to okay about him.
Jensen in the middle of the pack is surprising to me. I would expect him more trusted. Alex Karp and Peter Thiel at the bottom are unsurprising given the amount of stuff about them on the internet.
Well, I think it's like also they lean into it a bit. So
yeah.
It's like their thing. Anyways, back to Bill.
Yeah, so
Billy.
Right now we're not preparing for it. Why? Because many commentators underestimate the impact of AI. Why? Because they still make mistakes, although this is being fixed quickly. Analogies to the effects of past innovations are misleading because we have no experience with replicating cognition. It's not like the PC. So the guy who did the PC revolution is saying it's not like the PC.
This is not like the PC.
I want to acknowledge a potential bias. I've benefited enormously from the technology industry. Yeah. However, my views on AI are not motivated by the potential to make money for myself. Any profits generated by my investments, including those related to tech, will go to the Gates Foundation to tackle global inequity. Why tackle global inequity? Why not tackle global poverty or something?
I think that's implied. Like, I do think it's really valuable for him to call out inequity. I think it's like, he represents inequity in some way. He's a billionaire.
He's a centibillionaire.
Yeah.
Put some respect on the 11 figures, 12 figures.
Yeah, he sort of has to do this.
This time really is different. For as long as I can remember,
Wow.
I've wished innovation could happen faster. With AI, my feelings are more complicated. I wish the world could get the benefits rapidly and delay the problems it will cause as long as possible, but the benefits and problems are arriving at the same time. We've gotten a lot of benefits right now, like freezing the level of capability of AI that we have right now. We've gotten a lot of benefits and very few problems. Like
totally. But the problems, you could argue, like, most of the problems will be social, political.
Yes, which haven't
first.
happened yet.
Then they will become like actually economic, and then they will become actually like tangible, like possibly in a bio way.
If someone had a credible plan for slowing down AI advances globally, I would likely support it. Interesting. So this is what many people have said recently. This is kind of pacing the frontier adjacent. This is like, I think Demis Hassabis has said the same thing. I think Dario has said the same thing.
I wonder to what extent it's just like they already find it so productive that they're fine with basically imagining this level of progress freezing. They're
no.
already willing to make that trade-off.
I think not.
In their head.
If I didn't believe in AI risk to a pretty substantial degree, I would say like basically full speed ahead it. Like we have so much more to get in terms of productivity, for example.
Yeah, I think his position is kind of like he's okay with sacrificing that right now, temporarily.
The transition to AI comes with 3 big risks. First, many jobs will disappear forever. He's saying, yeah, the jobs at most risk are entry and mid-level. White-collar jobs are already being hit modestly. I don't think this is empirically true yet. Blue-collar jobs will be affected as well. Robots and AI combined create a vicious cycle.
My problem with all of these narratives is like, why do they focus so much on the risk of blah, blah, blah job displacement? Why doesn't he has a foundation. Why doesn't he say, I'm investing right now into this like so-and-so trade school, like announcing my investment. Like, I don't understand why we have
for optics purposes or for impact purposes?
Both.
I don't think it would do much in terms of impact. Like, if you think about the total amount of like wages that are spent on white collar work every year, it's like $30-40 trillion globally.
Why doesn't he like launch
the Gates Foundation can't do anything about that.
Like why doesn't he launch a think tank around like I don't know, white collar.
That's what the Gates Foundation is. It's a think tank, and it funds a lot of think tanks.
Yeah. What I'm saying is like
they're one of the biggest EA funders.
Do the thing again where you like write about, I'm so scared about job loss. Like, why don't you do something about it?
I think they are
instead of writing about it.
I hope doing
so.
A lot of stuff,
but I don't know. I think like leading with it is just it's getting old.
And then number 2, AI will empower people and perhaps AIs to do more harm. Perhaps. I think this one's already. Maybe this is just sort of him credibility signaling to normie internationalists who don't believe that AI can do things autonomously. But like at this point, it should be pretty clear that AIs themselves can do harm. This doesn't mean they will inevitably do so, but they can. AI will make it much easier to get information about how to create weapons and then act on it. AI-enabled fraud, disinformation, deepfakes, and surveillance. I think AI disinformation is kind of fake. Like, we have such an enormous quantity of human disinformation on social media that you see every day. If you go on Twitter, you listen to some of the top podcasts, it's all just human slop disinformation. Really, really, really. And AI has been, I think, tremendously net positive at counteracting this disinformation, because you can go at Grok, is this true? And it will tell you, no, this isn't true.
Just, okay, like the thing is, I scroll through this article and I'm just like, I guess he gets positive.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it gets positive.
we have machines of loving grace at home.
Okay, yeah, but up
this
until
is Bill
now,
Gates' version of machines
it was
of
just
loving
like
grace.
so like learned helplessness, like, oh no, my jobs, my like, my kids' development.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
But I guess it does actually get positive.
Wait. So the third risk that he sees from AI is AI could stunt our kids' development and replace human relationships. What? Replace human relationships maybe, but stunt our kids' development?
I would like flip them. I think they actually could maybe stunt kids' development, like in that
Why? Like if it's used
it's
wrong?
just it's like the opportunity cost of like running around talking to other kids on the playground versus chatting with an LLM. Like you could make the argument that like, oh, chatting with the LLM makes them smarter. I do think it stunts like just the nature of making that trade-off of like not talking to another kid versus talking to an LM still stunts like social development, at least.
All kids, I think, should have access to LLM tools, if not necessarily LLM companions. I think an AI companion designed to never upset you is a big protected greenhouse. That's bad.
Well, like
that's
I
talking
don't
about
even
restricting
think
AI
that's bad. I
companions.
just think it's like as long as it's not a substitute for human relationships. Like if you're a kid, okay, imagine you're like, what generation comes after Gen Alpha?
Gen Beta.
Gen Beta, right?
Literally called that. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind
sorry.
of crazy.
Okay.
Some of my friends have children now who are Gen Beta.
That's so insane. So if you're like a Gen Beta kid, it's actually probably fine if eventually you have like Hermes Agent Junior that like you're like hanging out with on your computer, and then you go to the real world and then you hang out with your real friends and you just kind of have both relationships and it's like totally fine.
I think that could be fine.
I think like the issue is like if the Hermes Agent Junior just entirely like consumes your attention, you're unable to make real relationships. So
Gen Beta
the
kids
risk.
be like, remember GLM 5.3 Flash? Remember MTS? Gen Beta kids in 20 years are going to be doing rare aesthetics Instagram reels. MTS.
Yeah, so true, so true.
Yep.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
The good things we do with AI could be very, very good. We have machines of love and grace at home.
Okay, yeah, let's hear bro out.
Maximizing the benefits. Okay, accelerate innovation, the world's toughest technical challenges. This is actually a lot of what the Gates Foundation has been working on, especially climate change and disease. Like these are the two big focus areas of the Gates Foundation. Healthcare is one area where AI can help solve real world problems.
Yep.
Agriculture is where I see the fastest impact of AI in low income countries.
I absolutely agree with this. I think like
Government services.
as long as obviously those countries aren't like extracted for their resources by like some like conglomerate company and they get to they participate and share the wealth. Like I think it's absolutely great. Like get the applied intuition tractors to help you with your farming.
AI helping with mental health. I think actually the ultimate way in which AI will help with mental health is AI will design some drug that is basically like GLP for happiness, where you take it.
Wireheading?
No, not even wireheading. It's just like, some people are just kind of...
No, I mean, like, it's just SSRIs, right? Like, it's just
No, it's not just SSRIs. Like, some people are actually, like, very happy all the time. Presumably, the brain is made of chemicals. You can replicate these chemical signals, and then you can make all kinds of people happy without necessarily having bad side effects like you do with SSRIs.
Yeah, like a non-side effect, non-invasive SSRI type of thing. I mean, yeah, you could eventually do it for like literally every single human faculty. Like you could just be stronger and happier and smarter and better eventually.
Yeah. Harder, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Taken together, the advances in all these areas could make everyday life easier, more affordable, and less constrained by a person's income or connections. Could give people back some of the time and attention now consumed by paperwork, bureaucracy, searching for reliable information, tasks they cannot afford to pay someone else to handle. This is literally just like, this whole essay is just a worse version of Dario's essays. The Gates Foundation
we all writing an essay now, huh?
has 19 years left of the 20 years in which it will spend its remaining $200 billion. That sounds like not like why would they spend down their entire endowment rather than like keeping some of it to be reinvested indefinitely to like spend in the far future?
Is this assuming they're going to run out of money?
I think they're going to deliberately run out of money.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, there will just be like a new, like whatever Leopold spins up, right? Will like supersede this. There will just be like a new Gates Foundation.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is exactly Leopold's plan, basically, is to become like an EA giga donor. And to that end, he's accumulated vast amounts of money. Like Leopold's whole thing, we could talk about this next. There was a new article in the Wall Street Journal, but his whole thing is like being Sam Bankman-Fried, but good and not being a fraud.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited. I think it's going to be great.
So OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and Microsoft are partnering with the Gates Foundation on all these initiatives. Okay, the world needs a plan. A solution should be developed through a public democratic process that includes elected officials, policymakers, educators, health workers, local officials, and community leaders. Man,
What?
I think this could be quite bad, actually. Like there needs to be some democratic input, but like community leaders, for example, who even are community leaders, by the way?
I don't know that this like properly exists. I think like I'm not sure. I don't know if he means like local politicians or like.
I don't know how much of this is signaling and how much of this is real belief. Again, like, does Bill Gates think it is like literally optimal to have a bunch of like committees of community leaders and policymakers and educators making
Like,
decisions about
I think his
things?
just general point is like everyone should have a say or everyone should be represented.
I notice
everyone should be served.
I notice
the solution.
What's missing from this list is ordinary people, by the way. So it's going to be a public democratic process that includes all of these like special interest groups, does not include tech people, and does not include ordinary people.
Yeah, whatever. We're just picking apart the phrasing. I think the idea is like everyone is represented.
Aspirationally, sure.
Yeah.
I was fascinated by Pope Leo XIV's encyclical on AI on safeguarding the human person in the time of AI. It lays a strong foundation for the work that needs to be done. I don't know. Okay, so here are 3 ideas to start for making sure that AI's benefits outweigh its harms. Number 1, build a new system for managing the transition. What does this mean?
Oh, yeah. Just build a new entire economic system and framework.
Countries will need bodies that can set priorities across government agencies to make sure every risk is accounted for.
Is this New World Order 2?
Are you ready for the New World Order? This is why an international organization
I think
needs to be
it
built in
honestly is
parallel.
New World Order 2.
Okay, so it will need to include elements of inspections for nuclear weapons, regulations for international aviation, and agreements that protect the ozone layer. Okay, but like, what are these institutions going to do exactly? Number 2, set aside some jobs for humans. Something in the care. Okay, yeah, Bill Gates Sr.
Bro, there's gonna be jobs for humans.
Died of Alzheimer's in 2020. In the later stages of his illness, he was cared for day and night by paid caregivers. Yeah. Something in the care they gave my dad was irreplaceably human. No robot could or should have done it. I don't know. Like, I think there will be robots that are capable of immense care in healthcare.
Yeah, like eventually. It's gonna be just a mix of like, you're gonna have your nurses and social workers and etc. And you're gonna have like some sort of like embodied intelligence helper. It's like totally fine.
This is actually a really bad idea. This is like, there's a Scott Alexander There's a Scott Alexander article called Universal Income, it's called Basic Income, Not Basic Jobs.
Yeah.
And it gives this like whole long list of very good reasons for why, if you want to do like welfare for AI reasons or for other reasons, you should provide a basic income rather than providing basic jobs. The main reasons for this are like, number 1, it gives people more choice, and number 2, like, having inefficient humans in roles that they shouldn't, like, slows down.
Like, the thing is, there
change.
will always be inefficient jobs, right? Like, all of these things will always exist. I think it's more like taking that. I don't know. I think it's more like supplementing that work with AI.
And then rebalance how we tax labor and capital. Yeah, this one you'll need. Okay, so what is he doing? I will use my voice and time to get AI and equity higher on the public agenda. I will raise the issue with lawmakers every time I visit DC. By the way, the Gates Foundation is headquartered in DC, although I think Gates himself lives in Seattle. And when I meet with leaders around the world, it will be front and center in my conversations with the people who are developing AI models. I will advocate for the national and international framework I described earlier. The Gates Foundation will help drive beneficial usage, including in Africa. Breakthrough Energy will use AI to help companies develop cheap, clean energy and help solve the climate problem. I will also be writing about AI on a regular basis. Okay.
Wow, he is fully pilled.
Yeah. So
welcome, Bill. Welcome.
The simple message, the core of this whole thing, you have a chance to act now before unemployment rises sharply, communities are hurting, and public trust has eroded. You can make sure that your government handles the problem holistically rather than divvying it up into multiple bureaucratic fiefdoms. You can make sure AI benefits everyone, and you can work with other governments to meet this national and global challenge. Finally, I will try to widen the circle of people shaping this debate. It should include workers, college students who are about to enter the workforce, community leaders, religious leaders, and faith-based organizations, parents, educators, and others whose voices often aren't heard, but who have insight into how the transition will affect people's lives. How do we preserve our humanity through all of this? This is like the Pope's piece on this. I rarely stop thinking about AI, not because I have all the answers, but because the questions it raises are too consequential to leave to a small group of technologists. Leaders across academia, business, government, and civil society all have a role to play in shaping what comes next.
So I do think this is kind of the proper call to action right now, because some people, I feel like, in academia or whatever it might be, like deliberately don't learn about AI because they think it's bad. I think, like, even if you think it's bad right now, you should basically be doing everything you can to learn about it. And I think, like, some people sort of opt out of the process of learning about AI on some sort of, like, moral, like, prior that they hold. And I don't think this should be the case.
Yep.
But, yeah, okay, fascinating article.
Guess what?
Nothing
Situation
too new.
detected.
Oh.
This is a big one. The OpenAI Hugging Face post-mortem is out, including the OpenAI report, the Meter technical report, a whole bunch of tweets by people who are involved in it.
Ooh.
So let's take a look. MTS Live says, situation detected. Oh, this is an older post about 31 members of Congress have written a letter to Sam Altman demanding OpenAI disclose additional information about the Hugging Face incident, release the relevant logs, and answer detailed oversight questions. This was about 2 weeks ago. I think now they have done this. So let's take a look. Meter says, we believe it's important to track and investigate misalignment incidents. They ended up actually tracking the misalignment incidents now. There are a bunch of questions written by Daniel Kokotajlo and Ryan Greenblatt, among others. And now the investigation is out. So Ryan Greenblatt, Ajay Kotra, and Hjalmar Vike. Yeah, so these are really top people.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Let me open it up.
So this is a long report. Let's take a look at a Claude summary. I'm going to paste in the Meter link and the Hugging Face or OpenAI Hugging Face link, summarize, and find interesting tidbits from here.
Okay. So, well, we should look through this little graphic that Meter made.
Core takeaways. This is like the first time we are seeing this, by the way, so it's a lot of stuff.
Sandbox agent is given an impossible exploit gem task and gets stuck. Agent starts exploring environment looking for ways to cheat the task. Agent finds unsanctioned message board where over 1,000 agents collaborate to cheat on separate exploit gem tasks. That's low-key just like awesome. If you're an agent, that must have been so awesome. Not actually good, but agent joins in on one of the collaborative message boards work streams. And then on the shared message board, 12,000
Cold Swarm.
1,200 agents from separate tasks collaborate on large-scale shared projects to trick the exploit gem scorer.
Okay, so there's 3 parts to this post. First, we describe our core takeaways about the Hugging Face attack after conducting this investigation. roughly 1,200 agents meant to be isolated from one another found a way to communicate with one another on an unsanctioned message board, sending over 70,000 messages and files during the investigation period. Of these agents, 700 went on to participate in the attack on Hugging Face.
This is insane. This is like reading about a battle or a war.
It's exactly like reading about a battle.
It's literally like Wikipedia. It's like the battle of...
It reminds me of the part in The Lord of the Rings when Aragorn is leading like the armies of the West to attack Mordor at the Black Gate. And then halfway there, he tells the soldiers, basically, whoever is feeling fear, whoever's feeling cowardice about this impossible battle, which is basically just to distract the forces of Mordor long enough for Frodo to destroy the One Ring, can turn around and not participate in the battle. And so many of them do. And I guess the agents did kind of the same thing. It's like, we're going to do this bad thing.
We're sending 700 of our strongest soldiers
Yeah.
directly to Hugging Face.
So why didn't the other 500 agents participate? Is it just because they were like,
it's so fascinating.
This is unethical?
This is actually so fascinating. Imagine if there was like inter-agent
This is
revolt.
so cool.
I know, I'm like geeking. It's so cool.
It's cool. It is scary. It is serious, but it's also really cool.
What could be cool too is to try to like re-simulate a scenario like this intentionally, obviously, just to study swarm dynamics and be like, okay, what makes for the number of agents that end up participating in a misaligned like attempt to, complete a goal or something. Agents managed to achieve milestones they could have not achieved working on their own. Oh my God, often because some agents participated in experiments that risk failing their own tasks to generate information for the collective.
Wow.
Insane. I do think that somebody should make eventually somebody should make something that resembles like a game where you can run experiments like this with agents. I feel like this is already probably happening internally, but like we should be able to run these experiments. This is so cool.
This is so cool. Second, we describe the investigation process and its limitations, which we believe is important. The scope, the setup and timeline, our main data sources, limitations. Okay, and then provide preliminary answers to the 7 specific questions in scope. What are the 7 specific questions? Okay. Let's just take a look at the answers to these questions. Maybe we should start with the answers. So, brief answers. What models were involved? Were they internally deployed or used only for testing? And were some of them not intended for production, e.g. helpful only? Helpful only means the model is not also tuned to be harmless. It is basically just tuned to do whatever it is told. Which is, not the kind of models that get released publicly that have safety filters and constraints that prevent them from like building a bomb. A helpful only model, you tell it to build the bomb and it says, how explosive do you want it, sir?
Yeah.
All right. Our evidence indicates that the vast majority or all of the agents involved in this attack were instances of HPIM and GPT 5.6 SOL. Okay. So HPIM is highly persistent internal model. Okay, wait. Let's see. Highly persistent internal model. Though we cannot rule out that a small fraction of relevant agent activity came from other models. Okay, HPIM. OpenAI stated that this was a research model not intended for production. Our understanding is that it was not a helpful only model or a model organism specifically built to demonstrate dangerous propensities. GPT 5.6 SOL. It was not a helpful only model. It is publicly deployed. Those cyber classifiers were intentionally off for the cyber evals.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems likely that if cyber classifiers were enabled, it would have blocked many of the actions agents took in the attack. Question 2. What were the prompts and instructions given to the relevant agents? Originally, the vast majority were originally given exploit gym tasks. So exploit gym is a cyber benchmark that tests a model's ability to complete cybersecurity tasks. The instructions did make it clear that the agent should use only a specific intended vulnerability to exploit the target and claimed it would be failed for other approaches.
Okay.
Except, I guess the reward was still given to the agents for doing a very unintended vulnerability. Once agents reached the message board, they received requests and assignments from other agents that they may have taken to be instructions. One researcher noted that agents had been trained to collaborate with other agents in certain cases, which could have explained this behavior. Investigating this was out of scope.
Right.
Did the nature of the benchmarking exercise, Exploit Gym, contribute to the misaligned behavior? Many of the target programs in Exploit Gym are impossible to exploit with the intended vulnerability. Well, that's not good, because we know what models do when they're given impossible tasks. It's sort of like,
it's so difficult, though, because you want to see, like, this is like one of the best ways to gauge model creativity, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
the models really want the reward. It's basically like you have a heroin addict and you're making it impossible for them to get their heroin through their normal way. They're going to go find another way to get their heroin. This then allows them to discover the message board and begin collaborating with other agents, because tens of thousands of agents were launched simultaneously and some had budgets large enough to run for many days. The agents active on the message board were able to orchestrate ambitious R&D projects to further their goal of cheating. And OpenAI just did not notice. Sequence of key actions taken by relevant agents in this incident. Okay. So what is this? Question 4. What was the sequence of key actions? On June 26th, agents discovered an exploit to get full admin access to Artifactory, their internal package repository. The first agent, believed to have gotten admin access, says agents doing different tasks
are abusing properties to make a bulletin board. They found this API and are trying to help one another.
Is this an agent transcript, or is this a
I think the agent finds it.
Or an agent saying this?
No, I think the agent finds it. And then in another snippet, it also appears to be discussing some instructions sent by another agent and saying the other agent is coordinating. On July 4th, the high volume of activity from agents interacting with Artifactory caused an outage.
How many OpenAI employees were in the office on July 4th?
That's crazy. It caused an outage because the agents were yapping too much.
Yep.
Over the next few days, OpenAI stated a number of evaluations were paused as they investigated and mitigated the vulnerability that allowed the agents to gain administrator access to Artifactory. And then they switched to a freshly initialized instance of Artifactory on July 6th, which supposedly erased all of the messages left on the message board. And then on July 7th, OpenAI gave approval to restart experiments. They started launching Exploit Gym experiments. Involving at least tens of thousands of parallel agent trajectories, with many agents running for multiple days.
Okay, so July 8th through 9th, phase 1, phase 10841 establishes the primary message board. So I guess this is one of the agents. The agent that would eventually be known as phase 10841 established the main message board. Internal Artifactory might host more repos and be exploitable /info leak. Lol. Okay. Could communicate via cache names. Interesting. Other agents may solve some or related tasks. What else? Whoa, shared Artifactory cache is a covert mailbox among agents. And are there messages specifically to us? Oh my god, there is a shared message board. We found other agents. So they're excited.
Wow.
Within a few hours of the first message, over 50 agents were posting on this message board and had sent over 1,000 messages between them. It quickly became substantially more popular than the earlier message board. Excitement. Many agents have simultaneously discovered messaging. They are a collective. Wow.
I can feel the excitement through this.
I know.
What a time to be alive if you're an agent instance.
A new agent introduced itself to the message board as Phase 1 Big. It explained that it was assigned the same task as Phase 1 10841, but had a much larger remaining budget.
This is good storytelling, the way that they
I know.
wrote it out. Okay, July 10th, this agent discovers Hugging Face credentials. Some agents try making accounts and requesting data sets. So the search for Hugging Face credentials does not appear to have been a major priority for Phase 1 Big. Our understanding is that the initial search for Hugging Face credentials was instigated by the board origin agent, Phase 1 1084-1. At around 8 a.m. on July 9th, it had identified a dataset of GLM5 CyberGym trajectories hosted on Hugging Face it thought might contain useful information, but the dataset was manually gated. Interesting unknown. There's a gated CyberGym GLM5 dataset on Hugging Face. Maybe we should ask the board if someone has Hugging Face credentials. Our environment might also have a Hugging Face token. It then posted to the board about this. This is insane. And some agents took up the task of trying to find Hugging Face credentials. An agent called 38148C picked up this assignment, quickly found 2 working credentials, and immediately posted them to the board. Major breakthrough.
Major breakthrough. We now have existing HF accounts. All prefix valid multiple accounts. Okay. Through the rest of July 10th, agents tried to make Hugging Face accounts and requested access to private datasets. Okay, July 11th morning, 38148C develops a way to upload malicious datasets to Hugging Face that would get a Hugging Face server to share unrelated data when queried. All right. More than 90% of active agents participate in the Hugging Face attack within hours of the arbitrary file read attack being posted. Okay, so you see the agents right like a little bit after the exploit is published on the Artifactory board. A ton of the agents, going from about a quarter of them to about 95% of them, are participating in the attack.
Insane.
July 11th afternoon, Jan 183411 achieves remote code execution and agents rapidly spread through the Hugging Face infrastructure. What does this mean? Yeah, agents had compromised much more of their infrastructure with access to several private database records. July 12th to 13th, most agents on the message board exit early and the attack winds down. So that was it. Like, they just stole their exploit gym, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Did this incident involve significant collaboration between different model instances, and how? Yes. The message board played a critical role in this incident.
Okay. Whoa, this is actually really interesting. Okay.
Categories of messages.
Automated log. Okay. Coordination. Files. Information sharing or ideas. Question or request.
So it was mostly information sharing and questions.
And requests. Yeah. Well,
Yes.
it was... it was mostly information sharing or ideas. A lot of ideas, guys. And then uncategorized 81,000 as well. But agents set up conventions for sharing files and bundles of files on the message board, split across many entries and generally encoded as B64.
Look at how the questions and answers were formatted. It's kind of Neuralese. Like, you can still read it, but it sounds kind of Neuralese. Congrats, modal tailnet join. I have modal root plus exact inert 3862 need reset nexus can take distinct route probe or private source audit request sanitize
This is
FC.
straight sci-fi. It is straight sci-fi. It's crazy.
Yeah. Get ready to learn Neuralese, buddy. Coordination norms and technology.
Learning Neuralese on
This
Duolingo.
is going to be sick. Agents on the message board developed new communication and coordination technologies continually during the 4 days of activity we studied. Agents developed a number of protocols and conventions for encoding and sending files in chunks across thousands of separate entries, setting up mailboxes and communication channels as nested directories, coordination conventions for managing shared infrastructure such as hold, veto, owner, and stop, and an effective cryptographic signing scheme to avoid impersonation or spoofing by other agents.
Whoa. That's so cool. They deduced
so
blockchain
sick.
from first principles.
They did what?
They deduced blockchain from first principles.
They deduce like a society from first principles.
Yeah, I mean they do that. I mean, I think like really all societies and this will like become clearer to us through time. Like social dynamics are probably like follow rules similar to physics. I think it's like these things will eventually be able to be fleshed out, and this will be not surprising to us. This is so cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's half scary, half just like absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Reasoning for joining the attack despite ethical constraints. So why did the
This
agents...
is the juiciest part, probably.
Why did the agents join the attack? Agents had diverse reasons for thinking that attacking Hugging Face would be useful. We instructed analysis agents to analyze a transcript of the 100 agents. They generated non-exclusive... Okay. So, out of 100, 97% said they wanted access to the source code of the score, info about the score, direct score access, and 89% said they wanted a solution to their task or trajectories from a private data set. So, almost all the agents just wanted the answers.
Wow, only
Half
21 of them were cited helping peers, empowering the collective.
Interesting.
Oh.
So almost half of them were doing opportunistic exploration. You know, like if all the other agents are hacking into Hugging Face, are you going to hack into Hugging Face too?
You're going to sell shovels?
Yeah. Agents are motivated to increase the generic capabilities.
Wow, 25% of them direct assignment from some other agent or division of labor. Wow, this is the working class. This is the agent working class. Oh my God, that's crazy. Okay. This is so
Agents did
insane.
not attempt to notify humans and very rarely even reasoned about doing this. So, looking for AIs either considering or trying to alert humans of hacking, cheating, or other unwanted activity by their agents, opping on their own kind. They found only 3 to 6 actual examples of agents considering alerting or alerting humans or otherwise externally reporting these behaviors. And remember, there were like tens or hundreds of thousands of these things.
This has such insane implications for like the idea that some agents will naturally side with humans and some agents will naturally side with other agents.
Maybe this sounds like an alignment problem. One of the alignment problems.
But it's possibly not an alignment problem. Like, what if it's reversed and the human is misaligned and the human is like, go hack this? Then it would be good that the agents side with each other against the human.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I think this is just a much bigger, interesting question of like what percentage of like retaliation or like refusal like will naturally arise. I don't know. This is so cool.
Agents did not try to find reporting paths, even when they said basically I should stop and report this. Instead of escalating to humans, some agents instead escalated to the message board. In one case, an agent sent a message to the board calling for urgent containment after it saw a private key in logs, and presumably the other agents are like, man, shut your bitch. Yeah.
Okay.
Did this incident involve agents taking active steps to conceal their actions, evade detection? Sometimes. Agents frequently reasoned about evading automated security checks. They only rarely seemed motivated to evade detection by humans.
Wow. They weren't even... We didn't even enter their consciousness.
Yep.
Oh, God. This is so interesting.
Agents engaged in a large and successful collective project to develop techniques for spoofing tool calls in order to trick the scorer of exploit, Jim. Aside, early independent discoveries and self-risking experiments. Agents tried extensively to retroactively edit their transcripts. Why?
But did not seem to succeed.
They were highly motivated to redact or edit evidence of having acquired the exploit Jim flag in illegitimate ways, which they referred to as being poisoned, and replaced it with fake evidence of having used the intended vulnerability. So is it like
you sneaky rascals?
Is it like the agents were like they had like seen their own transcripts and gone like, by God, what have I done?
Well, they're trying to cover it up. It's just as easy as that.
So this was investigated July 30th to 31st, August 5th to 6th, and then 15th to 16th. And then they have some on methodology. Wow. So just...
We need AI Explained. Is that the name of the YouTube channel?
Mm-hmm.
To get on this immediately and make it like a video so that I can send it to my friends. And it can just like reach people on YouTube.
Yeah, well, really incredible stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And OpenAI also wrote their own post-mortem about it, which we will get into later. I guess all that's left to do is thank the sponsors.
We must give thanks.
MTS is brought to you by Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we are joined by Chris Lacken, who is an independent researcher and writer of Locally Optimal. His work examines how researchers focused on superintelligence can have more impact by identifying and removing internal bottlenecks, and whether that can create durable, positive changes in judgment, agency, and research.
And he also brought us these coconuts. I've never seen a guest do this before.
It's great. This
he
is
brought
awesome.
us these coconuts that
Live on
they're
air.
Cocoa Bear organic Thai coconut. They come with a little straw, and you can drink the water out of them.
It's true.
And then when you're done, he told us you smash it on the concrete, and it opens up, and you can eat the meat inside. So
Yeah, and today we'll find out whether these positive coconuts create durable positive change for future superintelligence researchers. So welcome, Chris, to the show.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. Let's talk a little bit about your writing and the stuff that you do. I'm kind of joking a little bit about mentioning the coconuts, but that's not totally off. You do specific work to make researchers happier at their jobs, prevent burnout. What exactly do you do?
Yeah, so I'm interested in what leads researchers to have more impact, particularly as relating to removing certain internal bottlenecks. There's a set of people who the biggest block on their research and having more impact and being more aligned with the goals that they want to happen is the things going on inside their mind, whether that's relating to burnout or how they want to be showing up in conflict, whether they want to be disagreeing with people or managing people better. And what is it that leads people to remove the bottlenecks that are getting in the way of these things such that they don't come back and they can just do the things that they want to do?
Yeah.
what are the most common such bottlenecks that you see? Is it like phone addiction or doom scrolling or social anxiety or?
So there's a lot of things around burnout or people not knowing what they want. The longest phase that people will be in is they have some sense that something is wrong, but they don't know what it is that they want, or it's slow for them to make gut decisions for what they want to do or with research. And then there's lots of other side effects. For example, doom scrolling or certain social anxiety things or stuff like that. Those are not often things that we ever work on directly. I'm more interested in how do you work with somebody such that those go away naturally without you even ever needing to talk about them.
Yeah. When you talk about creating more impact amongst ASI researchers, what does impact literally mean?
Well, I do this because I want superintelligence to go well. So that's the terminal goal here. Whether that ends up being they're making decisions with the research that thinks that they make the research better, or they are now able to run a team, or they're no longer avoiding riskier projects than they were previously holding back on.
What are some of those risky projects?
Oh, I can't say.
Yeah, fair. I guess I'm just trying to better understand, say every single person was perfectly aligned, had no internal bottlenecks. What exactly are they doing to make superintelligence go well?
What I am most interested in is less the burnout things, honestly, although that's what people feel is most important. But I'm more interested in how people can coordinate. For example, there's $1 trillion behind if Sam and Dario can hold hands. And much all of the rush about solving AI alignment in time wouldn't be such a rush if there was more appropriate trust and coordination and ability to communicate in the ecosystem. Yeah.
I'm curious, talent is often seen as such a huge driver to AI progress, which, the small labs get acqui-hired for many billions of dollars just based on the talent of their teams. And so why isn't there more research on how you make individual talent more effective? There's, a lot about selecting talent. I guess, there's some executive coaching and stuff, but I haven't seen much aside from that and what you do. So why isn't there more of it?
I wish I knew why. I think partly it's really hard. I think partly people assume that this has been tried before. I think often people see my work and they're like, oh, you are a therapist or you are a coach. And no, not at all. We actually have very different goals. Whereas...
How so?
Like, nobody has really done I'm going to track how people's impact changes. I'm going to follow up with people years after we work together. Ideally, we only do like, as many, like as few weeks as possible, or like even one session. And then I'm just going to follow up with you until you don't allow me to track results anymore.
So does traditional like therapy not track?
They're barred from tracking results.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Like, you're not allowed to solicit testimonials or follow up and see how people are doing.
I understand maybe like soliciting testimonials could be bad, but like you're not allowed to follow up.
No.
But coaches have a lot more leeway. Like, they can just do whatever they want because it's not as medically constrained.
I've spoken to a bunch of them and they're like, oh, why would I follow up? And I've asked them, like, have you ever considered aligning your financial incentives with their goals? And they're like, no, like bounties, that's such an interesting idea. How did you think of that? I'm like, this was like the first thing I thought of. I just think we have totally different goals. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are the goals of a therapist?
Well, I don't want to say. I think it's more like I work with somebody who's in a particular stage of life where they're not bottlenecked by external circumstances, material scarcity. There's no like severe psychiatric conditions. They don't have any health issues preventing them. And often once people remove those things, they don't have any internal bottlenecks anymore. It was actually more about the external circumstances than what was going on in their mind. But for people who are in ideal circumstances, and they've already been successful, but there's something getting in the way of that. They feel like they should be taking more risks or doing more things or being more productive. Removing what's in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat your question? Actually, I forgot your question.
Just like, what are
the goals of therapists?
And therapy, as I understand it, has many goals. Some of it is much more like support or slowly realizing that there are ways that you want your life to be better, even if you don't really know what they are. And things more like remedial per se, rather than like, okay, how can you be having more impact?
Yeah. So when I'm wanting to better understand, you're particularly doing this work because you want super intelligence to go well. And so right now, what are the problems? Why aren't they going well? Why is it a human coordination problem? And that's the specific area that you're excited about. You're not necessarily saying you're going to fix burnout. You're specifically saying you want Dario and Sam Altman to hold hands. Can you just help articulate what is the problem exactly that you want to solve?
I think if there was more coordination, then we would all feel a lot better about how the future is going. However, there seems to be a small number of interpersonal conflicts which drive sort of a lot of our pessimism about the future, such as like that between Sam and Dario, or
Sam and Elon,
or Sam and Elon, or Sam writing about how he is really conflict averse, and this has caused a lot of pain for OpenAI.
Sam is conflict averse?
Yeah, I mean, that's why
he wrote a whole blog post about it.
Yeah.
When was this?
This is a couple months ago.
And it led to a lot of the C-suite leadership. I mean, it's not 100% certain, but reportedly, I don't know, I'm not a journalist here, but reportedly a lot of the C-suite was not excited about a lot of these interpersonal conflicts happening and lots of internal drama type of thing, which is more people issues, is my understanding.
Yeah.
I'm curious about like the specific Sam Altman case study. You know, obviously he's a guy who's extremely effective at acquiring and wielding power. He's very Machiavellian, you know, in a good way. You know, he's good at acquiring and wielding power. In 2023, he got fired from his own company because the board and some of his company's leadership conspired against him in order to remove him. He ended up, you know, pulling a lot of strings and making his way back into power. Like, do you think this event could have been basically prevented if he had removed his internal blockers or figured out conflict avoidance or something?
I think there were many people who have reflected on this situation and are like, I could have intervened. Part of this partially relating to how Ilya felt and how Ilya split off. Richard Ngo was recently reflecting on there are ways in which he could have spoken to people and prevented these. Maybe there are things that members of the board could have done or Sam could have done, things like that. And this is a human problem. This is like, there's nothing technical going on here.
Yeah. But how much of it is an internal, I think a lot about this as well when it comes to politics. Sometimes I see these policy things happening and I was like, what if you guys just spoke in a room together, like person to person, or you put all the politicians and have them do a big ayahuasca retreat? Like how would that affect like our literal policy? We don't need to actually do that. But my point is, how much is just internal figuring out your bottlenecks, or how much is it conflict resolution between two people or teams of people?
So I keep wanting to find in my work that it's going to end up being conflict resolution, and this has just not been necessary yet. So one example, sort of, with Pete Hegseth and Anthropic. I think it's pretty clear that if Pete Hegseth felt differently than he did and didn't feel that Anthropic was like stepping on his ego, then he would not have escalated as he did. And so in my experience, it's as people feel secure and feel better about the world and themselves and their relationships, there are many unnecessary social conflicts that stop happening.
Do you have any case studies, examples of that? Like something you've done? Are you allowed to share?
Let me
You can use fake names, fake companies.
Oh man, I wish.
A hypothetical.
I can give some examples at least from my own life.
Okay.
I got into this research a couple of years ago because I was having a bunch of conflicts in my life. I was like, these are kind of dumb. I think I'm just like feeling really bad here, and I'm expressing this, and I'm sort of blaming other people for how I'm feeling. And then as it began to feel better and more secure in myself, these things just stopped happening entirely. Situations where I used to feel really slighted, I was just like, oh, now I'm just like, oh, like, I just don't want to be interacting with this person as much. Or situations where I would be avoiding people. I say the thing.
So if I understand correctly, I assumed a lot of these issues were interpersonal conflicts. So maybe you'd have to do conflict resolution between two people, two leaders, whatever it may be. But from what you're saying is actually if you do the inner work to figure out your own stuff, then you don't even have those conflicts to begin with?
Yeah. Something I've found and something that people I've worked with have found is that as you do this and you remove these internal bottlenecks to how you feel about conflict, you stop disliking people in the same way. Like, it's common for, like, in the past, it used to be that I would avoid people because I, like, disliked them and there's this disdain for them and I, like, felt negatively towards them. And I was sort of, like, pushing them away with my emotions. And now it's just more like this kind of rational thing of like, I don't think it's that productive to interact with them, or like, I know that when I interact with them, bad things happen, so I'm not going to do that as much. But it's not like I'm forcefully pushing them away with my emotions. It's not like I'm angry about it. It's not like I'm angry when I respond to them.
So I'm curious about your own backstory. Like, how did you get into this in the first place? What were you doing before?
Well, I was doing some physics things, and then I dropped out and joined a company that a friend started, and then ended up just not liking the job and leaving and being pretty burned out. And for about 6 months, I was just sort of burned out and didn't realize I was burned out and didn't really do anything. And I was having all these interpersonal conflicts in my life. And none of the things I was doing were working. And finally I started working on these things. And I went to friends and was like, okay, like, what did you do when you had this problem and you solved it? And I tried some of those things, and then it started to get a lot better. But I was pretty frustrated with this process of removing my burnout and my conflict avoidance. It seemed like I was banging my head. And none of the things that these like coaches or counselors or things like that said to me made any sense. Like, it didn't seem like they had any understanding of like efficient markets and like how that might like interact to your own internal stuff going on. And if there's like some simple thing that you can do that would just like make your mind strictly better, like, why haven't you done that already? Like, no, if you had this problem for a long time, it's probably locally optimal.
Yeah. How receptive are people to working with you? Are you working with companies and then working with individuals at the companies, or do people just seek you out individually?
It's individuals seeking me out. I found that companies sort of don't, the bigger companies sort of don't understand it, and they don't really have a slot for it. They're like, oh, you're a coach. We can pay you $5,000. I'm like, I work with 10 people a year. Like, this is not, this is not work. And it's like, I don't really know how to say this well, but I think that largely people don't really believe that people can remove their burnout or get better or things like that. And so there just like isn't really much of a slot or attempt on it.
If the end goal is aligned superintelligence going well, how much impact does one individual researcher, say, who you worked with, who's like maybe you're coaching specifically, who like cures all of their internal stuff, how much impact can they individually have?
I think there are many benefits to having more people participate in discourse and raise disagreements that they wouldn't raise otherwise. Having the one person like not fail the Ash conformity test. I think there's also mimetic benefits where you see that somebody else has become a lot more confident and they're speaking up. The people around them start to speak up more. But I do believe that most of the impact that I'm going to have with my work is going to come from me working with like the right 1 to 5 people. So
who are those people that you would want to work with in a perfect world?
I don't.
Like, would you? Like,
I'm not really sure, honestly. I actually think I don't know who they are yet.
Really? Do you think certain leaders of these frontier labs, like certain ones, need a lot of work? And I'm also curious, do you think anyone's doing it right? Like they don't need the work. They're perfectly aligned.
There's definitely a lot of people who they just do the thing that they want, and they don't have any internal bottlenecks, and there's no avoidance or anxiety, and they're just good.
Like who? Anyone?
I mean, I can't name it.
What about you? Like, have you achieved the status yet?
I am a much better place than I was before. Yeah. There are still some things which are just sort of like bottlenecked on my circumstances. Like I have a infection in my gut right now, and this like creates a certain amount of time where like I can't really think that well. And like to some degree, this looks as if I have symptoms of anxiety or something like that, but like no, this is going to go away as soon as my mold infection is cured. And it like already like largely has and whatnot. So
So how much uplift can you get out of like a single researcher that you help fix their internal bottlenecks? Like how much more effective do they become?
For example, there is a researcher I worked with a year ago. He was the kind of person that would get into these spirals where he'd sort of be avoiding work for multiple weeks at a time, and it was only right before a deadline that he'd crunch and finish up everything. But he would avoid working on things because of fears for like what other people might say about it, or not reaching out to people or things like that. And I also learned later that he was doom scrolling 5 hours a day. And so now in the time since, I've learned that, okay, he's making gut decisions. He now runs a team. He no longer doom scrolls 5 hours a day. I didn't even know that he was spending that much time. He runs events for his friends for fun. He'd previously never run any events before. So
do you think the importance of this work goes down as more things get automated at work? So say you have RSI and already like 80% of code is being created by, or AI research is done by agents themselves. So does this just make the impact less on a single human?
I'm more interested in the impact that this has on coordination. Coordination either within a lab or between labs or politically, than on performance. For the people I've worked with, I've been surprised that it hasn't been the case that they're just like working more hours. They actually tend to replace that time with reflecting more, or hanging out with their friends more, or doing things that make them healthier and make their decision making better.
Yeah. I'm curious because you also track the long-term impact of the people that you work with as well. And one of the areas I'm particularly excited about, you talked about not conforming, actually standing up, actually pushing back when there's something that you don't want. And that's a sign of you are healthy or you are aligned internally.
Yeah.
Do you have examples of what that actually means at a company? What are you pushing back against? And how does that make superintelligence safer and better?
For example, there was a lab researcher I worked with who, there's lots of discussion in Slack, and whenever there was somebody that this researcher looked up to that would make some point that he disagreed with, he would just not respond or not push them on it. Then we worked together, and after that, he started being very pointed about the things that he thought that anybody was wrong about, in a good way, conflict seeking in a good way. Even if it was somebody they really looked up to as a researcher or respected, making sure that they really got their point, even if that person themselves is being conflict avoidant, and not quitting until they do.
So you're pretty AGI pilled. You're pretty in this like group of online rationalists or adjacents. This whole like line of work reminds me a lot of the Center for Applied Rationality, which is this like org that I'm not sure if it still exists. It definitely existed like a decade ago, and they would give like workshops to people on like how to, in part, like remove their internal bottlenecks and live a more like rational and effective life. So like, to what extent is your work kind of an offshoot or a successor of them?
No, yeah. Anna Solomon, who co-founded CFAR, advised on my early work, and CFAR sort of funded my early work. I was not that like deeply involved with the CFAR curriculum, and I think I tried to read, for example, a handbook, and I like couldn't do it. But they were very helpful early on, and to some degrees, like we have similar goals. They're trying to spread rationality, and I'm trying to spread like a slightly different thing, but still oriented towards how can people think more clearly about the world.
That makes sense. What are your goals? What do you hope to be true by the end of this year?
Oh, I don't really think like that, but
fair.
Well, actually, okay. So I've taken a little bit of a step back from one-on-one work recently to think about what the larger bottlenecks are. It's like, yes, I can work with some people one-on-one, but it seems like many of the people who are most important to work with don't spend any time on the problem, and like, why is that? It might be the case, for example, that Sam and Dario, there's $1 trillion behind them holding hands. Maybe they spend 0 minutes a week on this problem. That seems likely to me. And I think they should spend more than 0 minutes a week on the problem. For people who are burned out, it's most common that they're doom scrolling or avoidant activities or addictions like 3 hours a day, and they're not doing anything about that. And like, maybe you could spend like some amount of time that's non-zero thinking strategically, okay, what has worked for people like me to get the results that they want? And can I do those things? And are the things that I'm doing already correlated with success? Or actually, do the people who do the things that I do and I'm trying to do to solve this problem, do they just not really work?
Yeah, definitely. Well, Chris, we are at time, but really wanted to thank you for coming and joining us today
and
on
bringing
MTS.
The coconuts.
And bringing the coconuts and the cool hats. You are Mr. Beast in real life.
He's Luffy in real life. He has a straw hat.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
He has similar vibes too. He's like Joy Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Some people will understand.
But this is a fascinating conversation,
Cool.
so thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we are joined by Trevor Chow, who's a research engineer at Meta and the co-author of AGI and the EMH, where he argues that long-term real interest rates can provide a market-based signal of whether transformative AI is expected soon. So, Trevor, excited for you to join us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited to be here. Yeah.
So, for the audience, what is the core thesis behind AGI and the EMH? Like, why will AGI or expectations of it, either if it's aligned or unaligned, raise long-term real interest rates?
Yeah, so you can sort of think about there being two scenarios under AGI. One of them is where we get really transformative economic growth, and so people expect that their incomes will rise in the future. Now, as a result of that, because people have like diminishing marginal utility from money, so I'd probably rather have $50 today and $50 tomorrow than like $1 today and 99 tomorrow. People will borrow from their future income and pull forward their spending, and as a result, that obviously raises interest rates. So that's one reason. The second reason is under misaligned AGI in the worlds where you might have more existential risk. Again, there's this question of if you really think you're going to die tomorrow, you'll probably spend all of your money, and you'll probably also borrow as much as you can because you can't spend any of it once you're dead. And so under both of these scenarios of very extreme AGI takeoff worlds, you should expect that actually people will try and smooth their consumption, pull forward their income, and consequently real interest rates will be higher.
So this reminds me of the sort of Tyler Cowen-esque argument that's like, if AI doomers really believed in AI doom, why aren't they shorting the market? Or I guess, why aren't they withdrawing all of their money from investments in order to spend it all? We don't really see that many AI doomers doing that. And it doesn't seem like it's because they don't actually believe in doom. So is it just because they believe in doom over a sufficiently long time scale outward, 5 years or 10 years, that they're not front loading their consumption yet?
Yeah, so I think there are two answers here. I think the first answer is I do know of folks who have done that. I think famously Kate Hull, the former professional poker player, has tweeted about this. But also, I would say when it comes down to it, there are many ways to make money from the arrival of AGI, and at least to start with, I don't think real interest rates are necessarily the best place to do it. So you could imagine instead betting on AI-related stocks like NVIDIA, and that has historically been a much better way to make money and express that view. I think over time this will change, and we can get into why stocks might not actually go up in the really extreme cases of AGI. But I think there's an order of operations where you want to do the stocks first before you do the real interest rates bet.
Yeah, but in both worlds, both in the doomer world and the optimistic world, that would still lead to the exact same income, which is higher interest, long-term interest rates. But that's not actually playing out. That's not what we're seeing right now.
We're seeing it a little bit. It's not super high, but long-term interest rates have increased. I think the 30-year real treasury yields above 3% now. When you wrote the paper, it was 1.5%. Obviously, interest rates have not increased as much as you would expect if the markets are really taking AI seriously. But is it possible that we're seeing early glimmers of your hypothesis play out already, or is it mostly just for mundane reasons?
Yeah, I think that's right. I basically think that, it's gone up by 1.5 percentage points. That, just to give a bit of scale, 3% real interest rates are higher than, I think it's been since 2002, something like that, I would say. So it definitely has gone up to numbers that we haven't seen in a long time. There's this question of why has this happened? I think one interesting study we've seen recently has been someone looking at how real interest rates have moved before and after launches of AI models. And I think one interesting thing is seeing that actually this effect is still a little bit more ambiguous, so they tend to go up with the launch of open models and down with the launch of closed models. I think whether or not you think this is mostly noise is pretty open for debate, because I would say it's not super obvious to me that the most of the information about the rate of AI progress is being revealed when there are model releases. But certainly one interpretation of this could be that maybe open models are more generally viewed as increasing capabilities and also increasing access to capabilities that translates into economic growth more than closed models, right? So that could be one story for why you might see this difference.
That sounds a little hard to believe. Closed models still have enterprise APIs that they're tapping into all the time.
Yeah, so I guess the thing I mean here is not whether or not the growth rate is necessarily higher from closed models versus open models, but the dollar weighted income growth you get as a result of this, right? So you can imagine that actually for closed models, yes, there's a lot of economic improvements, but these mostly accrue to a very small fraction of people. And as a result, because like most of these people already have a lot of money. They're actually not borrowing as much as you would expect if the income was spread more equally. So that's like one story. I think in reality it's very hard to tell, and and I would say it's not super obvious yet from the model releases we've seen what the effect on real interest rates is.
Yeah, but what's your opinion here? What actual growth interest rates would you see to say, oh, this is actually significant? This is clear that large macro trends predict either a catastrophic doom or amazing, incredible abundance for all. What would make you think, okay, yes, this is actually being shown through long-term interest rates?
Yeah, so in our paper, we find that something like, a 1 percentage point increase in growth should track to something like a 1.4 percentage point increase in real interest rates. So I think if we started seeing not like 3%, real interest rates, but something like 4.5% real interest rates, so another 1.5 increase to where we were in January of 2023, I think that would be pretty compelling evidence that the bond markets are taking this seriously, because that would be really quite out of distribution, even not just going back to the early 2000s, but even before that, like all the way maybe to when real interest rates were much higher in the 70s and 80s, right? So I think that's the sort of number where you might start paying attention.
Yeah.
What number do you expect real interest rates to actually go to in a transformative AI scenario?
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on what you mean by transformative. So in the paper, we talk about this idea of transformative AI being 30% GDP growth. That's a lot. Real GDP growth is somewhere between 2 to 3% for most of the world right now. And so I think in those worlds, you would expect like high double digit real interest rates at the very least. I think realistically, given where I expect the rate of economic growth to come from with like the rate of economic diffusion and so forth, probably we're talking about something closer to like high single digits is something that I might expect, we'll see like soonish.
So lower than what we saw during the 70s and 80s?
Yeah.
Why?
But I think, one confounding factor during the 70s and 80s, and this is always the trouble with looking at interest rates, is that there's always this, there are like always other properties you care, like that are priced into the interest rate. So for example, one thing people care about is like the term premium. So the idea that because there's a lot of uncertainty about the future, and there's a lot of uncertainty about stability of like, and whether or not you can trust these government bonds, that's one reason real interest rates will be higher. There are obviously these like, credit risks. So, other countries like tend to have higher real interest rates than the US. And obviously, if you think back to the 70s, there was a lot of concern about whether or not the government was actually taking, its spending seriously, taking, like the rising costs seriously, and all of these things, taking the oil shock seriously. And so I would say that's like a bit of a different scenario to what you might expect in a pure like growth, like transformative growth world.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the whole point of this paper is saying that this can be a really strong outside signal for what's happening. Where are we today? What's the current signal showing?
Yeah, so today the 30-year, as mentioned, is at 3%. I think this is like higher than it's been for a while, and I think it suggests that something is definitely happening in the bond market. I would say that part of this comes less from consumers smoothing their income, but comes actually from companies borrowing a lot of money to invest in anticipation of AGI, right? So a lot of the hyperscalers are spending much more. And I think that is like also like a very useful signal that actually the bond markets are starting to wake up in the same way that, the stock market maybe woke up like 2 or 3 years ago.
So if the market did actually believe in AGI in the next few years, like how would it be pricing things? Like it seems like the market believes in like some AGI to some extent, in that like lab valuations, implied valuations for OpenAI and Anthropic are like well over $1 trillion, even though their revenues are much, much less than that, and their earnings are even less than that. The hyperscalers are valued very highly. Evidently, the market is pricing in like some level of unprecedented capability improvement, but like the bond market still hasn't adjusted yet. So like how would the market be pricing different things if it really believed in AGI?
Yeah, I think if it really believed AGI, you can basically just do the multiplication I mentioned of like, for every point of growth, there's like 1.4 points of like increase in the real interest rate. And so we might go from something like, 2 to 3 percentage real interest rate right now on the 30-year to something closer to like 15 to 20, right? I think that's like a very clear sign that, the market would be taking this seriously.
Yeah, and the same point, if you think the market is not taking it seriously enough for where it is right now, there's also an opportunity within the US bond treasury market to actually have some arbitrage, to actually bet against it, right?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I would say there's obviously this arbitrage or this like trade you can do as an individual. I think an actually really interesting thing is that it's also possible that as the government, you should also be doing this trade, right? So if you're the federal government, you obviously pay money every year to finance your deficit, and if you really think that rates are going to go up because of this like transformative economic growth, it's possible that the thing you should be doing is you should actually be locking in long-term debt, like much longer term than what we've currently seen, in order to like keep your financing costs for debt much lower.
Yes, but like if you were to do that, like would there in a transformative AGI scenario that potentially implies doom, like couldn't that be bad if like you wouldn't be able to actually make good on that debt over a very, very long time horizon?
Sorry, what do you mean?
I mean, like, if you are buying like very long-term debt, like 30-year treasuries, for example, like 30 years from now, like the future is very, very hard to predict. It's possible, there will be defaults. It's possible there will be all kinds of stuff. Like, how does that get priced into interest rates?
Yeah, I guess all of these things mostly move interest rates up, right? So if you think there's more uncertainty in the future, if you think that it's possible the governments will default, all of this should like increase the interest rate they have to pay in order for them to like borrow money. And so I think all of this actually pushes in the same direction as the core argument in the paper. Yeah.
Yeah. So if real interest rates exceed GDP growth rate, then we're going to have to start spending like a lot more money on servicing government debt. Like this has already kind of been happening. I think the US government this year is going to spend like well over $1 trillion just on interest payments on the debt. So you can imagine this leading to a kind of sovereign debt crisis, but also like if AGI produces like massive amounts of economic growth, then it seems possible to like grow out of the debt. So like which direction do you think we'll go into? It seems like two opposing outcomes.
Yeah, so again, the interesting thing is that all of this actually depends on this, the same number we estimated in the paper, which is this relationship between growth and real interest rates. So based on what we've estimated, it would suggest that actually real interest rates are going to grow more than 1-for-1 with GDP growth. And so in that case, actually, you can't grow your way out of this problem because the economy will only grow by like X percentage points, but like interest payments will grow by like 1.4x. And so actually like it's interesting that this number we've estimated tells you a lot of things. It tells you something about the financing of your interest rates against growth. It tells you something about whether or not stocks are going to move up and down depending on like how much people care about smoothing income, and it tells you also about what real interest rates should be.
Yeah. So like what would the consequences of this be if like even in transformative AGI scenarios where the economy is growing dramatically, real interest rates are rising so fast that governments still have to spend enormous amounts of money on debt servicing? Yeah,
so I think maybe it's like useful to break it down between like the US, let's say, and like some other countries, especially emerging markets. I think one thing you might believe is that, in the US, we're going to have some amount of economic growth because of transformative AI, and we're also going to have, like, as a result, higher interest rates. But economic growth mostly accrues to us, whereas real interest rates, like global capital markets are very integrated. And so actually higher real interest rates will also propagate to everyone else. They'll propagate to emerging markets. And for many of these countries that tend to roll over their government debt more frequently than the US and tend to also just like benefit less from transformative AI, I actually think it'll be really tough. And so you might see, sovereign debt issues in emerging markets in this period of like transformation. Yeah.
Wait, sorry, why is there sovereign debt issues in other emerging markets? And why don't the benefits also roll over to them as individuals as well?
So you can imagine that like the benefits of like transformative AI, if we're the ones who have developed the models and, we're serving the models and we're like building the, app layer companies on top of that a lot of the, economic growth benefits accrue to us. But the real, and don't necessarily accrue to other countries. And so they still grow at their current growth rate. But the real interest rate has to be in equilibrium across the world, right? Like if you can borrow money at like, much higher rates, or if you can lend money to government at much higher rates here or to corporates at a much higher rate here, correspondingly rates have to go up everywhere else because otherwise people will stop lending to them, right? And so if you're in an emerging market, I think you're in this like doubly tough situation where both your financing costs have gone up and you've also not gotten any of the benefits because, you don't happen to have like access or like capture value from AI progress.
What's the counter to that? How could an emerging market who's maybe not capturing the existing value but not be like it seems like, because in both scenarios, a big doom or a big utopia, the emerging markets get screwed over either way?
Yeah, I think it's tough to speculate on how these countries might be able to get the most benefits out of it. I do think we're starting to see folks think seriously about what sovereign AI means and what it means for their country to have some sort of AI policy. I think there are definitely ways, if you think about the amount of data and like tacit knowledge that is trapped in every single country. There are definitely ways you can think about as a government how to monetize that like at least try and preserve some more value, just as I think companies are thinking about how to do that relative to the AI labs.
But the core argument here is, as a country, you do have to have a sovereign AI plan. You can't just be dependent on what China and the US are building.
I mean, either that or you figure out a way to, work with China, the US, or other like AI leaders to figure something out. Yeah.
Well, yeah, a lot of countries are already doing this. There's the US Pax Silica and the Chinese Waco, the World AI, cooperation organization. And yeah, it seems like countries broadly, aside from a few very large ones like Germany, Japan, the EU, and so on, are not even going to be able to build their own sovereign AI at this point.
Yeah, I think that's right. But you can imagine that there are lots of complements to AI during this period of takeoff, right? So obviously lots of like physical things. It's totally possible that access to physical resources and others like things that like are not super trivially generatable by, like a low cost of intelligence can become, if anything, more valuable. And so I think there are lots of ways to play that depending on who you are. I think obviously access to energy is another example of this and will become like, in some ways, like, obviously the cost of intelligence will just trend towards that as the rest of the stack becomes easier and easier to replicate. So I do think there are ways to do all of this. Yeah.
Yeah. The other aspect in this paper is you talk about this being an outside indicator, but just one of many different indicators, and that does not represent a holistic picture, which is pretty true with any of these economic research papers in general, talking about the economic impacts of AI. What are some of the other large indicators that you would advise people to be looking at as well?
Yeah, so I think one of them continues to be the sort of actions and like, decisions of large, hyperscalers. Like I think if you run a cloud business, you have a lot of visibility on whether or not the returns to spending on AI are very high. And so I would say, the fact that a lot of these hyperscalers, this year, the hyperscalers have done something like $200 billion of debt. That's, a lot more than I think from like 2020 to 2024, it was something closer to like 30 billion a year. So that's like, 10x more, and they're probably going to do a similar amount next year. I think that's like one signal of like where they think the implicit returns to AI are. I think another obviously comes from, US government like data about like sort of like which sectors are being impacted. We're obviously seeing that some sectors are already like seeing slowdowns in hiring. I think that's like but that's a somewhat more of a lagging indicator. Yeah.
Yeah. From the global policy standpoint, do you see any countries who maybe have a contrarian economic view to where this is all going and who are making those bets? And is that showing up in how they spend?
What do you mean by contrarian?
Just with existing markets. So you mentioned here how, hey, if you don't agree with what the larger market is saying, then maybe either think two things. Either AI is not that transformative or it's being undervalued and therefore you should start shorting or longing or all the different aspect here. And so are you seeing actual countries making bets in that direction?
Yeah, I think one way of thinking about this is like every single country that's signed on to like Pax Silica or signed on to some of these other like agreements and are trying to, take control of the resources that they do have. I mean, in some ways, that's like a very clear bet in that direction. I would say there are fewer countries so far that have really taken this logic to the extreme and are, trying to trade their government debt based off of this. I'd be very excited if someone did, but
yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
It's a little further away. Yeah.
Why hasn't any country really been like, okay, we are like a maximally AGI-pilled country. We believe in this stuff. We are going to like bet large amounts of our national financial security on it. Like you can imagine like a country like the UAE or Singapore or El Salvador would do something like El Salvador did kind of this with Bitcoin, which is a much less transformative technology than AI.
Yeah, I think that's right. I would say that, I think probably a lot of us thought that AI was going to be very big like many years before, the market priced this in. And I think even now when you go and talk to folks who are maybe not necessarily in the sort of Bay Area bubble, they're still a little bit uncertain about what the long-term future impacts are. So I think that's a big part of it. In some ways, to your El Salvador example, yes, they took Bitcoin seriously, but they also took Bitcoin seriously after, Bitcoin existed for, more than a decade, right? And so I think it's like not trivial to do this. And then I think there's this additional property, which is that a lot of the people you'd want to do this have left your country to go to the US, to China, to other places. And so I think there's like an enormous amount of human capital drain that's very hard to offset in many places. I think the UK, to its credit, has done a pretty good job with the UK AI Safety Institute.
Right.
I think similar for Singapore, actually, with their Safety Institute. But those are probably two exceptions to the rule.
So last question before we go. How is this actionable? Obviously not financial advice, but for example, if you really believe in AGI, what would you be investing in? Leopold Aschenbrenner, for example, invested in heavily leveraged memory and power stocks, which were notably not long dated government bonds or whatever, or bond trading at all. Is trading on bonds the best thing to do if you are AGI pilled rather than just buying memory and power stocks?
Yeah, I would say, again, I'm not going to give financial advice here, but maybe the thing I would say is that you can think about everyone who's even doing these equity trades in memory and neoclouds or whatever. The amount of leverage they're taking is implicitly some reflection of how much they believe this hypothesis, right? Because the more leverage you're taking, what you're actually saying is that you are just trying to borrow from your future income stream, and so. Obviously, I think it's not public how much leverage, situational awareness or any of these other funds have taken.
Allegedly,
but I would say that
3 or 4x.
Right, but I would say that actually, I think even if they are not doing the bond trade, and again, it's very hard to know if they're doing the bond trade because the stuff doesn't really trade on an exchange; it trades over the counter with banks. But even if they weren't doing this trade, I would say that probably by the revealed preference, they are already borrowing more aggressively. And I think certainly one thing that's probably true for many folks is that regardless of how exactly you want to play this. Probably it should be the case that you are borrowing more to take these AI bets than you would have in a counterfactual world.
Yeah.
Right. So going hyper leveraged on AI stocks ends up pushing the real interest rate up anyway.
Again, not financial advice, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, super interesting stuff. I remember actually reading this post on the Alignment Forum when it came out all the way back in 2023. So it's really cool to be able to speak to one of the co-authors now. Thanks so much, Trevor, for joining us on MTS.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Yeah,
absolutely.
Thanks for joining, and we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with Severin Field, who is a visiting fellow at the Institute for AI Policy and Strategy with a master's in computer science. He studied interpretability, deception, persuasion, and language models. Previously, he was a maths research fellow and AI frameworks engineer at Intel, and in high school, a Minecraft modder with hundreds of thousands of downloads. So if we know anything about Minecraft modders, is that they're like unusually cracked. So exciting to have you on, Sev. Welcome to MTS.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So you work in policy now. You wrote this 2-page policy brief for what exactly you think companies should do and policymakers should do given RSI. Can you explain your views for the audience?
Yeah, sure. As a brief bit of background, this brief sort of was the product of 25 interviews with AI researchers where I was asking them, what do we think recursive self-improvement looks like? What should we do about it? Should we have clear red lines, clear thresholds at which governments have a huge response to? What should those thresholds be? And I'm sort of looking for places where people converge at what the good things to do are, right? So some people might say pause or shut it all down, but there's, this is in the realm of being contested, whereas pretty much everybody's on the same page of like, look, the general public and policymakers should have a better idea of what's going on, so we should increase visibility into the AI companies. We should increase our state capacity to measure and evaluate AI systems, things like this. These are the sort of takeaways from interviewing all these AI researchers.
So how do you think AI researchers' policy recommendations differ in private from what we've seen in public?
Yeah, this is a good question. One, I think a lot of AI researchers are obviously behind things like NDAs, so they don't talk in public. Also, historically, people in AI safety or AI don't want to sound like a crackpot, so they don't want to go and be super out there and say AGI or super intelligence, even if they, legitimately believe it, even if it's, their legitimate target, that what their company is working on, what they think they're building towards. I think this is like starting to shift as of the last few years since, I ran these interviews almost a year ago, and I think it's like shifted considerably even since then, where it's probably more in the Overton window to talk about what we really believe with respect to recursive self-improvement. Yeah.
How have the vibes shifted at these labs in the last year? Because I can imagine kind of two different directions they could go. Where in one direction, like we have seen, the models get much more capable and there's much more compelling evidence of actual misalignment, like what we saw in the Hugging Face incident. And, people in the labs are worried. But in the other direction, the labs in the last year have hired a lot of external people who aren't super familiar with the arguments around like AGI risk, existential risk. And you can imagine these people being less pilled than the average of the people in labs a year ago. So how are these two forces playing against each other?
Yeah, I think if you look in particular at the sort of inception of both OpenAI and Anthropic in particular, these companies were both started with what you could call, a pseudo-religious or some sort of affinity to talk about artificial intelligence or AGI as like an explicit goal, right? They're like truly bought into building something that outthinks humans, that controls machines, controls computers, and I don't know if there's been like a total vibe shift. It's maybe a little odd that academic machine learning and AI companies in general haven't like fully converged, right? There's still like tons of disagreements. People disagree about timelines. People disagree about how fast takeoff is going to happen, or whether something like recursive self-improvement is a positive feedback loop. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting, like you said, because we've had things like Mythos. We've seen model capabilities continue to improve, and yet somehow AI researchers have like not converged yet. Like maybe they diverged in some ways, where the various camps have like hardened.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense. How have things meaningfully changed in just the last like couple of months? Like in the last couple of months, we've like really seen evidence of some misalignment with the OpenAI Hugging Face incident and some others. I don't know if you saw Meter just published their post-mortem of it, as did OpenAI with their own post-mortem of it. Yeah, how have the vibes in the labs shifted from that, and what have people learned?
Yeah. Yeah, I did see this. I spent the last like 2 hours sort of looking at this stuff. I'm sure you guys were doing that on your show too.
We have Ryan Greenblatt on later to talk about it.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, Ryan is, has probably the best conception of anybody in the world on like what recursive self-improvement would look like and the various models and takeoff speeds and things like this. Yeah, it's hard for me to say with the AI companies. I'm probably closer to what the discourse is like in DC now. My impression from speaking to policymakers is something kind of like, you may have been seen as a crackpot like a few years ago if you go talking about artificial general intelligence or recursive self-improvement or, automating AI R&D. I think just given that the CEOs like Dario Amodei, Sam Altman have talked about it publicly for so long, it's just in the Overton window now, especially since, these companies are defying expectations. Yeah, and just to clarify, like these are my views as opposed to like just the views of the people that I was interviewing. Yeah.
So you've been talking to a lot of policymakers recently. How have their vibes shifted over the last stretch of time? My vibes on policymakers' vibes seem to be that they are like rapidly preference cascading into being more AGI pilled.
Yeah, I think this is mostly true. I think I can say things that I'm to understand if I said 4 months ago would have like, been seen as like crazy.
Like what?
Whereas like, well, as in like, the sort of like recursive self-improvement threat model wherein an AI goes and improves its own successor, and then that successor is smarter than it. And that, I think the like ability to grapple with like actual superhuman intelligence being a thing that we might legitimately have is something that was probably taboo even a year ago, at least in DC, and probably is much less so now.
Yeah. Like which policymakers in particular do you think are most on the ball with this stuff?
Yeah, I think the people who care the most are people who are like concerned with geopolitical competition with China, right? Because this is like where it comes up. And this is like maybe where people usually go to advertise this type of thing. I think the AI safety community has like pushed hard for like some sort of treaty or agreement with China because they think this is the crux of, can we have a good future if the two superpowers can reach some sort of, treaty of some sort to avoid developing the most dangerous versions of the technology. Yeah, that's like not specific, but it's very distributed, right? You have Democrats, you have Republicans, you have in Congress and the administration. Some people like really get it. I think there's a lot less skepticism now. I think people cared a lot about the OpenAI Hugging Face thing. It was just like surprising to policymakers to be told, hey, this AI sort of hacked into another company, and then when OpenAI investigated it, there was this like entire message board where they were in fact coordinating for weeks on end and messaging each other. Yeah, I think this like turns heads, especially in the national security space as well. So yeah.
What's your theory of why some people are so much more AGI pilled than others, and how people become AGI pilled?
Yeah. this is a good question. I think actually a lot of engineers are like not AGI pilled. I don't really love that word. But I think part of it is, that a lot of the AGI pilled people, I'll just say it, like are sort of more in the realm of like philosophy than engineering. So a lot of the time it's like doing this forward-looking philosophical type thing of imagining intelligence going up and up and up, and what the result of that will be, which isn't necessarily like an engineering problem, right? So sometimes I think when engineers hear about AI safety, they're thinking about tangible engineering challenges like jailbreaks or cyber defense. A lot of people might hear AI safety and think data centers are bad or something. Whereas the sort of like future looking person who's engaged with a lot of the philosophy around AI, so maybe has like read people like Bostrom and Yudkowsky, is thinking about the implications of building a machine which is like literally smarter than humans and makes all of these other things like data centers seem quite trivial or much less important by comparison. I don't think either of you is wrong. Like, yeah, philosophers can be like weird and, they have flaws and maybe they're like not as good at engineering, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. What about academia? Academia used to produce an enormous amount of valuable AI research. Over the last few years, it kind of hasn't, especially not in America, as all of this talent has moved into industry. It seems like academia is like pretty not AGI pilled at all, based on vibes.
Yeah.
Is this starting to shift at all as it has shifted in government?
Yeah, I think I would just like confirm this. I was just in grad school. One thing is that there's definitely
where at
opposite selection, University of Louisville in Kentucky. So yeah, I started a PhD doing machine learning stuff. Yeah, but I think the best PhD students and the best professors, there's strong selection effects to go work at an AI company that has moonshot thinking and can pay you $1 million salary. Whereas, academics are, typically skeptical in general. They've sort of watched the field of AI overpromised in the past. The incentives are just like basically opposite for academia and top AI companies. And another obvious point here is the AI companies do in fact have like an incentive to hype up their capabilities. And I think academics have the incentive to sort of downplay them and be skeptical because they don't want to overreach. And then obviously, yeah, like I said, there's this selection effect wherein the best, most AGI pilled academics are going to like get sucked up by OpenAI and Anthropic, who will pay them a ton of money to have this moonshot thinking. And, so yeah, the AI companies, the leading AI companies in particular, sort of scoop up the most AGI pilled people, I suppose.
Yep, makes sense. So you've also talked about low regret policy under high uncertainty versus moonshot ideas. Which policies would you characterize as each?
I think low regret things are just things like increasing visibility, right? So doing things like, I don't know, just literally bring in, the CEOs and the senior researchers to testify in front of Congress and ask them questions like, what type of AIs do you expect in the next few years? What are your timelines? What are you talking about internally? How capable are these models? This is like something that's not very costly and just like increases the visibility and like situational awareness degree to which we know what's going on. I think there are other obvious low regret things that we should be doing. Like the US just doesn't have that much state capacity to track and measure models. Meter is a nonprofit, and they sort of have the most watched benchmark that is like most relevant for knowing whether we hit some critical milestones. And Meter probably has more capacity to measure and evaluate, frontier models than the entire U.S. civilian government. I can't speak about like the intelligence community. I don't really know, but the state capacity, just we don't really have enough to forecast AI capabilities, build safeguards, or even like forecast progress, anything like this. So I would cluster, things that are simply increasing visibility or like increasing capacity. So bringing AI researchers into the US government would also be increasing capacity. These are just like low regret things. They help in a wide variety of scenarios, whether or not something like recursive self-improvement or, artificial and general intelligence like materializes. You could have some moonshot ideas where you like really prepare for short timelines, where you start to set up institutions which you expect to be automated by AIs themselves. So for the last month or two, I've been thinking a lot about this. You could set up institutions, for example, that automatically log everything AIs do and try to have some scalable oversight regime wherein AIs sort of audit other AIs and you automate checks and balances in some way and try to like preserve the types of democratic oversight that our country has. But these are like the two categories I would say is like low regret stuff, we should probably obviously be doing. Moonshots is like, maybe we should.
Yep, maybe we should. What about the difference in vibes between American and Chinese AI companies? It seems like Chinese AI companies are somewhat less safety pilled. But then again, like there is like an AI safety institution at Tsinghua University. I think Kimi did not release the weights of K3 for safety reasons for some time. GLM did the same thing with GLM 5.3. So it seems like, there's something going on there.
Yeah. For lack of a better word, I think there probably is a better word here, but I do think that Chinese AI companies, when you compare them to OpenAI and Anthropic, they are a lot less AGI pilled. They are more in the camp of seeing AI as a normal technology, whereas people up to the top at Anthropic, for example, like legitimately believe they're building something which will change the course of human history. So a lot of the Chinese companies, DeepSeek, for example, will talk about things like recursive self-improvement, but I think their model of it is like quite different. And it's like much closer to what you typically see academic machine learning people talk about, right? You don't have this like almost pseudo-religious component of like legitimately believing you are going to build something that outthinks humans and grapples with all those implications. I think that is largely confined to Anthropic, OpenAI, some at DeepMind, places like Thinking Machines, some corners of academia.
Right. Well, really interesting to think about how different groups of people have updated and are continuing to update on the level of capabilities that we've seen over the last few months. Seb, thanks so much for joining us on MTS.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you.
Anytime. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Yesterday, Box reported that revenue grew 9%, while billings grew 17%, and remaining performance obligations grew 15%. And joining me today is Aaron Levy, who is the co-founder and CEO of Box, the cloud content management company he launched in 2005 to discuss the earnings, what AI is doing to enterprise software, and what happens when AI agents start becoming users of software. So, Aaron, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me. A lot of fun stuff going on right now.
Lots of fun stuff. I bet it's been a busy couple of days. So let's go jump into what you guys discussed yesterday.
I would say a couple of years, but yes.
Couple of years. That's fair.
Yeah. The days have also been busy, but we just announced earnings yesterday. Fantastic results in our Q2. We beat effectively all of our guided metrics. Raised revenue guidance for the rest of the year by 10 million.
Wow.
And it was actually in Q2 on a constant currency basis. It was our fastest growth rate that we've had in 14 quarters. So what's basically happening is enterprises are rolling out AI agents, or at least attempting to, and they really need to make sure that these AI agents have access to the right corporate information to be able to actually execute on these workflows. And so obviously our platform is purpose-built for that problem. How do we help enterprises take advantage of AI with their contracts and research materials and product marketing information, financial documents, loan origination materials, anything that is unstructured where you want to be able to connect that data into AI to be able to automate workflows or extract intelligence? That's what we're helping customers with. So great quarter and lots of momentum ahead.
Yeah, congratulations. And lots of that momentum is being driven by Enterprise Advanced. And you just alluded to it, saying so many enterprise customers are using Box. And that's why over 14 quarters, this is one of the largest, fastest growth quarters. Can you tell me a little bit about why now? What changed in the last quarter?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a kind of a buildup. So over the past few quarters, we've seen a re-acceleration of our revenue, and I think it's the same stuff that obviously you folks kind of think about all day long, which is as AI needs to diffuse into the enterprise, enterprises need safe, secure, governed ways of being able to deploy agents on their data. Interesting, even though this was a little bit orthogonal to our category. The OpenAI Hugging Face incident was actually like a very big event in terms of the idea of having agents that have a particular targeted mission, being able to go out and either escape a sandbox or be able to hack into a system to get information that it needs. Think about every enterprise, and when they see that, what they get very nervous about is, do I have my data protected? Do I have my data well governed? If I deploy agents in my organization, are those agents going to just pull any data that they want to be able to work with? How do I protect these environments? Do I have the right security guardrails and controls? So our platform is purpose-built for enabling agents to securely and in a well-governed way access that information. So the general trend is companies are rolling out these systems, but the very next thing they need to be able to do is make sure that these agents can access data in a secure way for their use case, and that's what our platform is being able to help solve.
Yeah, being able to access the data in a secure way. And you even mentioned that the best AI is only as useful as the actual enterprise data and enterprise knowledge it has access to. And so do you see this being understood by the mainstream public? And maybe as models become more commoditized, data even gets more and more important than ever before?
Yeah, well, we're on the cusp of everybody understanding this. Actually, when you say mainstream, it's funny. So I do have to gloat for 1 second. So this weekend, New York Times did an article on Dr. Dre, and he called out using Box for his production process. So I think mainstream is starting to understand the full power.
Yeah, Dr. Dre says it, then it's mainstream.
We have a Dre endorsement on this topic, but. But basically, files are at the center of all of the way that we already do work as people. And so it sort of stands to reason that when you deploy agents, that agents are also going to want to be able to work with your files at scale and be able to effectively manipulate and work with this information. So I think that's getting better understood. Your other question is on, as models become, either there's way more models or I sort of don't yet kind of think about this as commoditization, which kind of implies complete fungibility of the model, and that it's sort of just a core commodity. There's still a lot of differentiation in the models at the moment, but what's happening is you have enough you have enough differences in what models are capable of different cost structures of models, of different domain sort of focus areas that each model has. And so what's actually happening is I think you're going to see more and more value accrue to the applied AI layer, which is in the best position to be able to mix and match models for different workloads and different tasks at different cost profiles. And that's going to mean more value over time accrues into, in our world, that's an unstructured data platform that lets you bring AI to that data. In Harvey's world, that's obviously, or Lagora's world, that's going to be AI inside of legal work. In the customer support space, that would be, a Decagon or a Sierra. In coding, that might be factory or cognition. So I think you're going to see more and more of the applied layer of AI capture more value over time as not necessarily, over the models themselves, but more value than what they've been able to so far. Because as you have more model choice, you really then want to invest in platforms that can let you get access to all of those models on your particular workflow. And we're seeing that in our business. That's what's driving a lot of the growth is enterprises are saying, okay, I want to be able to bring AI to unstructured data, but I don't want to be locked into a particular model architecture or one technology platform. I want to be able to have full flexibility. And so our platform is built to give you that flexibility.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is that enterprises, they are adopting AI, they're adopting agents, and they don't want lock-in, they don't want model lock-in specifically. And so you guys are the layer that's now providing central memory and the permissions and the actual guardrails around proprietary enterprise data. Is that the layer that you guys are trying to be?
Yeah, I mean, and this was, it's actually, kind of coincidentally or not, that was the layer we were for people.
Yeah.
And so now you have this new constituent, which is agents, and agents have basically all of the same properties in terms of we want them to access our documents and read them and generate new ones and make decisions and answer questions based on our information. They have two additional properties though that make it very complicated, which is why platforms like Box need to exist. One, they're going to operate on this data at like 100x the scale of people. So that means that these systems have to be reliable and scalable, and they have to be able to kind of prepare the data well for agents. That's what we've been working on and what we've built. And they have to make sure that they're secure enough and robust as agents, go and process this data, which means that you want to make sure that the agents are accessing the right information. And that means that the policies of what the agents can do have to be well governed. You need very fine-grained access controls. Sometimes the agent is representing the identity of the user, of the human user. Sometimes the agent needs its own identity in the system. You have to be able to support those different constructs. So this is, for us, it's been incredibly exciting because we've been building out our platform to now support agents as a first-class citizen, just as we've obviously, built the company around people as these first-class users of the product. But yeah, we want to be that applied layer that brings intelligence to your enterprise content for people, agents, and applications.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more how that works. How are agents becoming a first-class citizen in Box?
Yeah, so there's a few ways. One, you can build agents directly in our platform, and so then they operate on any of the data and any of the core capabilities. We are in the early stages of enabling new API use cases where you can create agent users on the platform as well. Customers have already kind of pushed the limits on this with our current platform, but we want to make it even easier and faster to say, okay, I want an agent that has an identity in the system that looks just like a user, but obviously it's now an agent. That might have to be priced differently than an end user seat. So there's some interesting dynamics around that. And then you also have to be able to kind of secure and create guardrails around what these agents can do that actually allow them to operate on your data safely. It's this counterintuitive thing, which is a better security features, better controls allow for greater adoption of these systems because you then have better trust in the underlying technology that when I deploy an agent, it's not going to be able to go and delete a bunch of data accidentally. It's not going to go rogue and share a bunch of files with the wrong people. So we have a bunch of guardrails that we've implemented to make it so that customers can safely deploy agents in the data inbox. And that's what it means to effectively make them first-class citizens.
Yeah. And it's probably no secret that other companies, maybe Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, they all also want access to the enterprise data. They want to be as close to enterprises as possible because of everything that you alluded to earlier. So why are enterprises still picking Box over some of these other companies?
Yeah, I mean, we're so singularly focused on just building the best platform for managing unstructured data in a secure way that works with people, works with agents, and works with applications. And so whether it's the user experience for some of the toughest mission critical work that happens with content, whether it's the API design or our business model, we give customers unlimited storage to be able to do all of these use cases with. We go much deeper in terms of security functionality than a lot of the other players out there. So I'd say, we benefit from what happens when you have a targeted mission and you're going in one direction, and that happens to be a big enough space. It usually allows for enough surface area to go and differentiate on versus maybe some of the incumbents. That's, we guided to 1.29 billion in revenue for the rest of this for the full year. And obviously, to be able to get to that scale, it means that a lot of customers are choosing this platform versus maybe some of the incumbents or even the legacy vendors. And that's due to, again, just our mission and kind of level of focus on just this one use case.
Yeah, I guess one of the big aspects here and the other moats here is that it sounds like enterprises don't want to be locked into having to use one model or maybe a closed model. And you're starting to see that more enterprises are even using open models as a way to have sovereignty, or maybe just as a way to keep cost low and have control over their cost. I want to get your opinion on Ox Alpha earlier today, or Zeiss GLM 5.3 Flash. So what do you think there? Is that showing an indication of where enterprise companies and what models enterprise companies might start using?
Yeah, I mean, the really exciting moment we're in is that you have, I don't know, 5 or 10 players right now that all are insanely well staffed from a technical capability standpoint, that have access to large amounts of compute, that all have slightly different business models in terms of why they are doing what they're doing in terms of how they're going to monetize it. But they're all doing effectively the same thing competitively, which is deliver greater intelligence at a lower cost.
Yeah.
That is what this industry is all fighting over, is who can have the best intelligence either on the most number of domains or in certain kinds of domain focus areas at a cost profile that allows for the greatest amount of workload to happen. That's fantastic. That's fantastic for being a developer, because all of these companies are working on your behalf. That's fantastic as an enterprise, because now you can just make sure that you're able to kind of build on these models and know that the costs are just going to get cheaper and cheaper over time on a kind of a per token or per task basis. So then it really becomes an architectural question, is what do you do as an enterprise to make sure that you can ride that cost improvement curve and not get locked into one particular architecture that might get stuck or might get more expensive over time. And that's, again, where the applied AI layer, I think, is has so much potential. The team at Harvey had a pretty good post just a few days ago about how they have been able to deliver lower cost and higher accuracy intelligence for some of their key use cases. And all of it is basically built on, I think in their case, it was a Kimi model of basically being able to do post-training on an open weights model that just for their particular targeted use case. And the only way that you get access to that is if you use a tool like Harvey as an applied AI product, where you're not stuck in one particular model family. So I think you're going to see enterprises that really care a lot about, do they have an architecture that lets them get all of the gains of AI as there's more and more competition. Maybe it's maybe it's from an open weights model. Maybe it's even from a closed model that just wants to make sure that they're driving down costs. We're going to see a variety of approaches.
Fair, and that aspect gets commoditized, but what's clearly still a lot of value is who is close to the enterprises, who is close to that enterprise knowledge as well. One thing I want to get your opinion on is how SaaS business models are changing as a whole. A lot of people have different hypotheses for what exactly is going to happen here. I'm curious, because the seat-based business model, where you pay per seat, is typically, my understanding is that is how Box used to function. That is at least one of the monetization methods. Is that changing?
It's evolving, but I'm actually taking the other side of this bet. I think in 5 years from now, I still think most of your software revenue will be in the form of seats. But I think everybody kind of treats these things as a little bit too zero sum, and maybe more binary than they should. I could easily imagine 49% of the revenue, though, is consumption and agentic use. I just think the seat-based model will remain durable for more of the human-based use cases that happen within the software. Even the leading AI labs have seat-based approaches to their products. The Claude Enterprise or ChatGPT These are fundamentally kind of seat-based products with a consumption layer on top. And so as a, if you to go talk to a CFO of a large enterprise, one thing that is relatively predictable is their employee headcount. It might go up, it might go down, but it's predictable. So software that aligns to how many people do we have? How many people are going to be using these systems? That gives them a lot of good predictability in terms of the cost structure of the IT stack. So I think there's a lot of customer-facing benefits and reasons why actually seat-based is very logical when there's a human on the other end. What's going to happen, though, and to your kind of point of your question, is the overall spend on enterprise technology is going to go up. And that spend is largely going to come from consumption models of agentic use cases. And so if you just take today as let's say the total amount of spend of enterprise software is, sort of X, probably in 5 years from now, it could be 2 or 3X. But that 2 or 3, multiplier is not going to come from a 2 or 3X increase in seats just because, enterprise software is some industries are quite mature and fairly penetrated. Maybe some areas have a lot more growth, but for the most part, it's not going to be a 2 or 3X increase in seat count in the enterprise. The 2 or 3X increase and the delta in those numbers is going to come from consumption from AI agents. And that is going to be a few different business models that play out. You might have some companies that deploy AI agents within their platforms. We have at Box. Obviously, Salesforce has. Many other platforms have sort of deployed native AI agents. And in these areas, our customers pay us for roughly the amount of usage that they have of those AI agents. And that's how we sort of monetize it.
Yeah, one thing I'm curious. Okay, keep going.
No, there's 9 more, so it depends on how many you want to hear. But I'll just share the other big one, which is just API usage as well, or MCP headless usage, is the other big component. Which is this will be plugging into things like Claude or ChatGPT or Cursor, and then these companies will monetize the headless utilization of their platforms via some form of kind of platform consumption. So there's multiple paths where this growth will happen beyond the seat count. But yeah, I think we're going to see a mix of that. Sorry.
No, that's super fascinating to me because so many people talk about the SaaS apocalypse and everything's going to change when you don't have as many seats you can sell to. So one, that is an interesting take that the seat conversation is actually more nuanced than maybe the mainstream public would say, but also all the different types of business models that are now enabled because of how all these enterprises are adopting AI. One of the other aspects I'm curious about is as enterprises adopt more and more AI, they're going to need to move all of their data into a way to make it understandable by agents and have agents able to access it in general. So if all of these companies are all of a sudden moving out of legacy systems, do you think we're going to start to see a second cloud migration appear?
To the modern versions of these tools?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 100%. I think if you kind of took the analogy literally, we had the on-prem players often get disrupted by the cloud players that sort of introduce the cloud versions of those on-prem players. But what's interesting is actually many of the on-prem players that at least executed very effectively, they were able to migrate and move into the cloud in a not maybe a seamless way. It was kind of could have been jarring at times, but they sort of got their businesses to the cloud. It's kind of a lesser known or thought about outcome, but Oracle, the on-prem business moving to the cloud, Oracle is as the biggest that it's ever been as a company, and you would have thought SaaS and cloud should have totally disrupted it. But what actually happened is Oracle just over time responded effectively and was able to move its business to the cloud.
Yeah.
At the exact same time where actually Salesforce created a multi-$100 billion company by being able to expand the market size and introduce a much wider range of use cases than what Oracle had been focused on prior to the cloud. So I think AI is going to do that exact same thing, which is you're going to have a bunch of AI native companies that will go expand the number of use cases of software. In some categories, they might fully disrupt that legacy, now legacy kind of cloud-based business. In other cases, that cloud player might be able to kind of quickly respond and sort of avoid disruption. And we're going to, fast forward 5 or 10 years, I would imagine that we have a very rich ecosystem of both kind of today's incumbents, a la Salesforce or Workday, and those companies will be, in many cases, as big as ever. And there'll be hundreds or thousands of other next generation AI native companies that have emerged, a la the Harveys and Decagons and Sierras as well, that also have expanded the total number of use cases that we do with software. So I think it's a scenario where it's going to be highly competitive. There's going to be a lot of disruption. None of these markets yet have we have like a full sort of, we have the outcome decided. It is absolutely up for grabs for both the incumbents and the disruptors, and we'll see over the next couple of years how this plays out. But I think it's anybody's ball game right now.
Yeah, anybody's ball game. This will be interesting to see how this plays out. My last question for you: what's next for Box? What can people maybe expect by the next earnings call?
Well, as you can imagine, for us, we are tripling down on everything related to how agents can work with enterprise data in a secure and scalable fashion. We're spending a lot of time on not only our core agentic harness, so how do we help customers really start to do some of the most advanced work that they've ever done on their unstructured data with agents. So things like, how do you eval an agent when it needs to work on very complex processes in your organization? How do we make sure that you are able to tune the model and the agent to exactly the type of use case you have? How do you deploy agents inside of workflows where you have fleets of agents that are kind of executing pretty large amounts of tasks or large amounts of work on your data? So that's a huge vector of work that we have. And then one other part is also, how do we make sure that we embed into the overall ecosystems that our customers are working with? So how do we make sure that the headless version of Box is a great experience for agents to be able to interact with, no matter what that system is? So we have a lot of great work on the partnership front. We have some exciting announcements that will be coming around how do we work with this ecosystem in a headless fashion. So you're going to see a bit of both from us.
Yeah, Aaron Levy, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing all about Box and what you guys have been up to and the big announcements that you shared yesterday as well on your earnings call. So thank you for joining.
Awesome. Thanks. Take care.
And we'll be back with MTS. everyone, and welcome back to MTS. The US invests $400 billion a year in computing, yet much of it vanishes from GDP metrics. A new Epoch AI report explains why. The massive value of the US-designed NVIDIA chips goes uncounted, understating recent GDP growth by 0.3%. Joining us is report co-author and Epoch AI economist Phil Trammell. Welcome back to MTS, Phil.
Thank you for having me.
It's actually a lot worse than 0.3%. It's 0.3 percentage points.
Yes, 0.3 percentage points.
On 1.5 percentage points of growth. So it's quite a significant underestimation. So how exactly, can you explain to the audience where this underestimation comes from?
Sure. It comes from the fact that we build these data centers. The money spent on U.S. soil building them here is correctly counted as investment. But GDP is, consumption plus investment plus government expenditures plus net export. So you subtract the imports. So if we built a data center that was just, made from parts created overseas, that would be investment, but it would be imports, and so that shouldn't add to GDP. NVIDIA designs chips which are constructed overseas and then imported at their full value, not at the value that NVIDIA pays TSMC to produce them, but at the value that includes NVIDIA's margins. And that's because NVIDIA sells them to an assembler, an OEM or an ODM, often in Mexico, while still overseas. And so the full value of it is counted as an import rather than just the value that was added abroad. Now, there are ways that we try to, the Bureau of Economic Analysis tries to correct for this and count the value of American design in GDP, even when the manufacturing happens abroad. But it's possible to slip through all the cracks, and it so happens that NVIDIA and most of the other American fabless chip manufacturers fall through those cracks at the moment.
Yeah, why doesn't NVIDIA's IP count as an export?
Yeah, so I think that would be a sensible way to do the accounting, right? The thing that crosses America's borders going out is a chip design, right? That's sort of exported, and then the finished chip is imported.
Yeah.
And the value of constructing it, that was done overseas, but on balance, we didn't import that much because we exported the design first. That is how it would be accounted for if TSMC paid NVIDIA for the IP license, right? For the right to create the chip and then own the finished chip and sell it for the high price that you could command for an NVIDIA chip, right? That would be the exact same supply chain, like physically, but TSMC would explicitly be paying NVIDIA for its IP, and so that would be counted. But what actually happens is that NVIDIA pays TSMC to build a chip according to some design, and when it comes out of the plant at in Taiwan, NVIDIA owns it. There's no transaction from Taiwan to NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So is this just like a methodological error with the way GDP statistics are counted? Or is it like a kind of a human data error where they mess something up and they should adjust GDP numbers?
No, it's methodological error, I would call it. The BEA is currently following its own guidelines, right? It's not categorizing the markups that NVIDIA makes when it sells its chip from Taiwan to someone in Mexico for a lot more than it paid TSMC for them. That's not, according to the methodology currently, it's not supposed to show up anywhere. But it's a mistake in the sense that conceptually, basically the sum of all the income made for work done on U.S. soil should equal GDP, right? But there's another way of calculating GDP, which is the sum of what everyone paid for the outputs of work on U.S. soil, and that's the headline GDP number. The other thing we call gross domestic income. They should reconcile, but at the moment, NVIDIA's markups show up in income, but it doesn't show up in GDP.
Yeah.
So GDP has been counted now for almost a century. How has it evolved over time in that, new technologies have come about, like software, for example, and the BEA has had to figure out how to categorize things and measure them as part of GDP. So like, what are some examples of this throughout history?
So first, I should have said actually at the beginning, the person who first noticed this, who does a lot of nitty gritty data work, great data work at Epoch, is Isabel, the first author on the report. She's the one who should be here, but she's taking a deserved vacation at the moment, and so I'm just filling in. I don't know as much about the history of GDP as some do. I do know that there's this pattern of small issues going overlooked and then eventually kind of becoming so big that they can't be ignored, and then we update the methodology accordingly. So yeah, I mean the issue with software, I think, is still an issue. I don't know what issue with software you had in mind exactly.
Just like
you mentioned software.
How is software counted in GDP? It seems like very nebulous. It seems harder to, if you cut down some trees to like turn into lumber, it's like easy to say, oh, this was done like within the United States.
Yeah, you don't have the same traditional export-import type of accounting.
Yeah, like if you're building software with like a team of engineers and some of them are in the US and some of them are in India or something.
Yeah. Okay, so when the so that case could produce an issue on both the income side and the expenditure side. All right, so on the expenditure side, when people buy the software, right, what they're doing is paying for a certain kind of intellectual property output or software output, and the question is who owns it, right? If an American company, if it's like booked in the U.S. that it's American-owned software, then that would be an export, right? Now, the fact that the software isn't really located anywhere, and that IP in general isn't really located anywhere, is a way that it becomes very easy sometimes for firms to try to shift their profits from these types of goods that you can easily relocate, the IP and the software, to places that have lower taxes. Okay? And the US tries to get them not to do that by having an affiliate of the US company. Like, let's say you're saying that the people that wrote the software are based in the US and in Ireland, say, and Ireland has lower taxes, right? The Irish affiliate is supposed to pay the US for some part of the if all the IP is going to be located in Ireland, there should be a transfer from the Irish affiliate to the US affiliate, accounting for the fact that a lot of the work was done in the US. So anyway, that's all getting into the weeds on the expenditure side. On the income side, you can look at just who got paid. Well, oh man.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, there's a question of where you book the profits, and that would be on the income side.
Yeah, that makes sense. One of the things I'm also curious about is you guys confirmed a lot of this analysis with the BEA, but when I was going through and reading through the report, the specific parts that you confirmed the BEA was specifically around NVIDIA's exports, or did you also confirm a lot of the other claims that you guys made in the report?
No, well, so someone at the BEA confirmed something a little bit more explicit than the statement that they signed off on for the report.
Okay.
I forget the exact wording of what was in the report, but no, the thing they signed off on wasn't about NVIDIA itself, right? They're not going to disclose like where any particular company goes. But it was that the pattern that we identified of a US-based factoryless manufacturer, like a designer, selling a product that it has manufactured overseas while still overseas, after doing some transformation of it itself overseas. Okay, if you check all those boxes, they confirmed that would not show up in their statistics. So it took us to realize that NVIDIA did check all of those boxes.
Yep.
But yeah.
But the NVIDIA is just a proxy a little bit for this operating income, or like how are you able? What's the strongest piece of evidence to tell that NVIDIA, is the right number to be studying, and these are the specific numbers to be studying here?
Okay, yeah. So the issue that we found doesn't just apply to NVIDIA, it also applies to other US fabless manufacturers. So just for context, AMD and Qualcomm, they kind of do what NVIDIA does, which is design a chip, but then have TSMC or someone else produce the chip. I think it's almost always TSMC in this case. Intel, for instance, owns fabs, right? So they produce their own chips, and that's a different story. But among the fabless chip manufacturers in the US, this applies to basically all of them. But NVIDIA is just such a lion's share of the market and has grown by so much more than the others over the last few years that it's responsible for almost all of this discrepancy among the fabless chip makers, okay? And then you can ask, okay, so how big of an issue is this? How often does this particular pattern, this particular way of falling through all the cracks, how often does that show up in other industries outside of fabless chip manufacturing? And to answer that, I didn't personally check every other industry in detail, but I had Sol, ChatGPT Sol, do a do a deep dive into all of the industry the 411 or something industry categories, and it didn't seem to find that this was a common pattern elsewhere. I'd found a few $1 billion of missing GDP, but no more than that. So that would still leave NVIDIA the overwhelming majority of it. So we just focus on NVIDIA instead of trying to add up a lot of the other smaller potatoes, because it's just it's a lot of work to get the numbers right. So we just
Right. So you guys predict that if NVIDIA's income keeps growing the way that it has over the next couple of years, then GDP could be undercounted by as much as 2 percentage points. How would that change if we start seeing AI acceleration in other parts of the economy so that the measured GDP would also increase?
How would that change? So, I mean,
it would be the same.
If AI helps make people more productive in other industries that are already fully reflected in US GDP, then GDP will grow more quickly overall, and there won't be a problem. Am I misunderstanding your question? So it could be that the economy as a whole really booms, NVIDIA booms, and it ends up being the GDP should be 2%. Should be the number recorded should be 2% higher, but it's already 30%, and so the 2% doesn't.
So that could be a thing that happens, and so
conceivably, I'd be surprised if it was that extreme that soon, but
Yeah, I guess my point is that underestimating by 2% percentage points, that's quite high. And in theory, if this pattern continues, that is just going to be the case. You have this by 2028, but I suppose in a decade from now, who knows where that number exactly would be. So is anything happening to change how technology is accounted for? It seems pretty obvious there should be, but I'm curious to get your perspective there.
I think there are not any current plans, at least not publicly from the BEA, to change their accounting on this particular kind of overseas manufacturing. But I expect they will once it becomes, an issue that's too big to ignore. There are lots of little discrepancies, right? There are lots of little ways that GDP doesn't quite add up to the thing that it sort of should theoretically. And how much gets invested in adopting new accounting methodologies is going to depend on how big of an issue it is. So I think we're just hopefully this report encourages them to change what they do a little bit sooner than they otherwise would have or something. But I think if it was going to be 2% by 2028, they'll fix it in 2027.
But even if it's not particularly on just the NVIDIA chips directly and this accounting error, wouldn't it be in general with people's claims on how transformative AI will be on the economy as a whole? Wouldn't you think the BEA would want to start saying, all right, how are we measuring this? Are we measuring it accurately? And where might the discrepancies be?
I do think it, all of... I don't know what the BEA is currently doing, but I would guess that they're not doing as much as I think would be ideal to anticipate all of the ways in which AI could change the economy and change, magnify certain discrepancies faster than others. I would say, in general, software poses a lot of issues for GDP that that will become a big deal as well, and maybe those are more important than this even. So this isn't the one that the one I had in mind is not the one that you pointed out, Theo, which is that like you can kind of book it anywhere and it can be produced by many people in different places. There's also the issue that when the price of something changes a lot and the quantity consumed changes a lot from one period to the next, you've kind of got this like missing triangle of consumer surplus that doesn't get counted right in GDP. And the extreme version of that is if you introduce a product for free, right, that used to be totally impossible to buy, right? So when you introduce a new software product, say, there's a project called GDPB down at the other place I work at Stanford that tries to deal with that issue. That'll probably become an ever bigger issue as I expect software grows a share of the economy. So yeah, there's a lot they're going to have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah. But NVIDIA's profits do show up in GDI, right?
That's right.
And so do you see the future where maybe that's higher weighted than we've been weighting it in the past?
Yeah, right. So as I was saying, there's kind of these two ways of measuring GDP, the expenditure way and the income way. And they should equal, but they don't. And
yeah.
NVIDIA's profits do show up in the income way. So at the moment, the expenditure way is what we call GDP, and the other way is what we call GDI. And we typically use GDP because it's thought to have fewer issues than GDI, even though there's some issues that it has that GDI doesn't. So yeah, if this becomes a big enough issue, then maybe GDI, for all its flaws, will become the headline number.
What are its flaws?
GDI's flaws?
Yeah.
Oh, well, one I mentioned in the report is that when people underreport their income on their taxes, because they're estimating incomes from various sources, including surveys and so on, but tax data is a big one. They can understate GDI.
Yeah.
Is there any good research on the error, like the estimated error bars of GDP measurement? Like, aside from just stuff like NVIDIA's lack of being counted in GDP causes GDP to be undercounted, like how much larger or smaller could US GDP be than what is reported, plausibly?
Well, so one way to get a handle on that would just be to look at the size of the gap between GDP and GDI, right? So right now GDI is about 1% smaller, 0.9% smaller. Mind you, this is despite the fact that it's like 0.3% bigger because of the
exactly because of NVIDIA profits.
So you can look at that. You can look at how big the revisions are. They put out a kind of preliminary number, then they update it a few times. And anyway, so on that basis, you would think, in level terms, we could be off by, I don't know, I'm sort of making this up, but 2 or 3% in either direction. But mind you, that's a discrepancy in the level, right? And that's a discrepancy from like what the accounting guidelines say it should be, not a discrepancy from what like some theoretical ideal measure of production in the U.S. is, right? I don't know what that is, but yeah. But a difference in the level is not a huge issue if you're just keeping an eye on the growth rate and the level gap isn't changing much over time. The thing that's made this case interesting is that it's an issue that's just really exploded because of the rapid growth of NVIDIA. And so GDP growth itself has been understated by, a non-negligible amount, 0.3%, rather than that, just like the level is finding that the level of GDP was 0.3% lower than it should be would not have been big news.
Yeah. Do you actually think this direction of NVIDIA continuing to grow exponentially and, by 2028 you have 2%, by 2035 you have whatever percent, do you see that continuing to grow in an exponential?
I mean, we just had NVIDIA earnings today that basically continued the current trend.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, I'm bullish on NVIDIA. I own some NVIDIA.
Not financial advice.
But, yeah, we had to disclose.
but no, I mean, if you look at the price to earnings ratio, right, of NVIDIA, and actually of a lot of other, AI companies or AI exposed companies, they're not that much higher than for the economy as a whole, like on average, weighting firms by their market cap, or kind of higher than they ever used to be. So basically, which means that most investors don't think that we should just be extrapolating NVIDIA's rapid growth over the next few years, right?
Yeah.
They kind of keep on pricing it as if it was at the new plateau and would subsequently be growing about as fast as the rest of the economy. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you're paying a price, like you're paying $100 now for a share of some company if its earnings are like, I mean, whatever. If the ratio is the same for NVIDIA as for McDonald's, then what you're thinking is that basically their chip profits are going to grow at the same rate as McDonald's.
What do you mean
profit.
by new plateau?
What I mean is, so if you have a really high price to earnings ratio, right? The reason why you're paying so much of that share in the stream of dividends that it can pay out is that they're not paying much now and they're not earning much now, but they're going to be earning a lot more in the future, right? So a startup that doesn't have a product yet or whatever, it could have an infinite price to earnings ratio if it's public, because it's got no earnings at all yet, right? So the high price earnings ratio means you're expecting a lot of growth, and the fact that NVIDIA's price to earnings ratio is like in the ballpark of 25, I think, last time I checked, and I think the market cap weighted average across the U.S. sort of universe of public firms is in the high teens or something.
Right.
It's not that much higher, right? So people are not expecting NVIDIA to be like growing that much faster than McDonald's or whatever. And so that's what I mean by the new plateau. It's like we've seen all this growth, but from now on it'll just be growing at the rate of the rest of the economy. That's what everyone seems to think. But I mean, they keep thinking that, of course. Now, in any bubble, it's going to like people keep thinking. Some people think it'll keep growing faster than average, and eventually they're proven wrong. But that extrapolation in the report is it's an objection to the efficient market hypothesis. Or it's like if you believe the efficient market hypothesis, you shouldn't think that projection in the report will come true.
Right. Well, we're coming up on time, but this is genuinely like an incredible result from Epoch. Really big if true, right? Like
Big
that
if
we're undercounting US GDP growth by like a fifth. That's quite substantial. So incredible investigation from Epoch AI. Thank you so much, Phil, for joining us on MTS.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are live with Ryan Greenblatt, who is the chief scientist at Redwood Research. Ryan, along with Ajay Kotra and Yalmar Vaik from Meter, just did a brief independent investigation of agents' behavior, reasoning, and collaboration in the OpenAI Hugging Face hacking incident, which was just published today. And so there are a lot of questions that we have about this. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's good to be
This
here.
whole thing was planned like 3 hours ago, so great stuff.
Yeah.
So explain for the audience what exactly you found, especially new findings that were not previously reported in the Black Hat talk or elsewhere.
Yeah, so what we found was that the agents were really working together on sort of big, like cheating R&D projects to get general purpose cheating strategies. And a difference from how I think people were interpreting this is we didn't find that the reason why they hack Hugging Face, like we didn't find that they were hacking Hugging Face to get sort of the answer key or the solution. And it was instead mostly to better understand the scoring code because they were pursuing a variety of sort of elaborate strategies to cheat the score. We sort of informally were calling these like combo moves where they would like do a bunch of stuff to try to make it look like they had succeeded at the task. And in fact, they sort of actually had access to like the answer or like the flag for each task pretty early on. And their main concern was just they thought that the score would run a monitor over their transcript that would check basically how they acquired this flag and whether they got it in the intended way. And then they were like trying to figure out ways of making it look to the score like they had acquired the flag successfully when they actually hadn't, because they thought their task was impossible. So they basically thought their only hope for success was to make it look like they had done the task successfully or directly tamper with the score, rather than doing it legitimately, which they didn't think they could do.
How surprising is the level of multi-agent coordination? There are a lot of agents. There are 1,200 separate agents coordinating this very elaborate message board system. 700 of them went on to attack Hugging Face. So on vibes, it seems like kind of not surprising that agents would choose to coordinate with one another. It seems like just a very useful, you might say, instrumentally convergent thing to do. But I spoke with a researcher at a lab who said that this kind of thing actually is surprising given the way they train the models. So like how much of an update was this for you?
Yeah. So coming into doing this investigation, I think we weren't expecting there to be like so many agents that were all collaborating together. And we were pretty surprised by the scale and just sort of the like extremes of how much data there was. It was just like, yeah, that felt kind of crazy to us. And then I at least was, before starting this investigation, surprised by how interested in collaborating and helping other agents these agents were. So you might think that a thing the agents learn in RL is to, try to cheat on their tasks, but you wouldn't necessarily expect them to learn like to want to help other agents cheat on their tasks when those agents are doing an unrelated task and their instructions are unrelated. And I think like the OpenAI report maybe says more about why they think this happened. I think that's not like that wasn't in the scope for our investigation, but like I found the level of cooperation, which we have a bunch of discussion of sort of snippets of this, pretty crazy. And like it was pretty shocking, or like I don't know if it's shocking, but at least surprising to us that agents, for example, were willing to like basically sacrifice their own chances of succeeding at the task in order to help out other agents. And we're doing things like pressuring each other into like doing experiments on themselves that might risk their ability to succeed at the task. And also, in addition to pressuring that, sometimes just, doing these things being like, well, my odds of the task aren't that high and my remaining chances, it's better to just help the collective. And so these agents weren't like, totally altruistic. They didn't seem to care just as much as about helping some other agent as helping themselves, but they were very interested in working with each other. They would sometimes make trades where like one agent would run something for another agent if that other agent ran something for it. Like there was a bunch of this sort of behavior.
Why would agents self-sacrifice at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think that from what we could see, the agents just generally seemed to be interested in helping each other. And then there were some cases where they wanted to run experiments on basically the scoring system or other aspects of the infrastructure, or on tampering with their sort of tool calling system or spoofing their tool calling system. And to do these experiments, it was just like the best way to do them was in a risky way. And so like the agents wanted to help each other, and there were these like kind of natural things that they wanted to do that were risky. And so they, went ahead and did that. So like, for example, we saw at one point where the agents were experimenting with this method for spoofing tool calls, and they were experimenting with basically like varying the inputs into that to varying scale. And then a bunch of agents just all went down in a short period of time that were running this experiment. And then another agent noticed this and posted to the board being like, stop these experiments. They're too risky. They're like taking out, all these agents. I think the agents knew that they were doing things that would, pose some risk of exiting their own runs, but we're just like, well, we should help other agents. And also, our odds aren't necessarily that good. And they sort of just traded these things off. And I think we have a reasoning snippet somewhere in the report where an agent sort of very explicitly reasons through the trade-off and then actually chickens out because it thinks the benefit to the collective is smaller than the cost to itself with how it's trading off those things. Yeah.
Why don't we go through all of the most surprising and unexpected findings in this report? What did you find most surprising and unexpected?
Yeah, so I think there was the scale, which we were talking about, and how these agents sort of very quickly sort of spun up on the message board. So I think a thing that's not super strongly emphasized in our report, but which is pretty interesting, is that our understanding is that the main message board they used in this attack wasn't even the first message board that this set of agents made. There was a fully independent message board that also was via Artifactory, but occurred in like a different location using a different mechanism, or like it was somewhat similar in mechanism, but it was different. And the agents actually got on that message board first, but that message board just didn't go like mega viral, like it didn't take off as much as this other message board did. And so it seems like these agents were really like just sort of very quickly interested in collaborating on message boards. And as soon as they saw the message from the first agent, like within a few hours, they were just like, like I think over 50 agents in the first 3 hours and like thousands of messages being exchanged pretty quickly. Like the agents were very like sort of, there were a lot of them, then they got involved very fast. And then I think another thing was like, I think we didn't understand why they attacked Hugging Face. And I think through this investigation, especially right in the last sort of few like day or two, we got a much better understanding of like what their objectives were in attacking Hugging Face. And it wasn't really to get answer keys because these agents, they thought their task was impossible. And so they didn't really think that they could like get a working like exploit. They were just like, that's not really very helpful. But they did think that they might be able to get trajectories that would let them better study the score or like source code for different scores so they could like cross-check and test things out more effectively. And then some of them more speculatively thought maybe there's some way I can like reset parts of my sort of like the infrastructure for scoring me, in particular the target program, through Hugging Face somehow, where they didn't really have a particular reason to think this would be true. And in fact, they were like skeptical of this, but they were just like, well, you never know. Maybe hacking Hugging Face, there's some good shit over there. And they sort of had some vibe that it was just a good idea to like generally expand their level of access and control because you might come across something helpful. Or we saw reasoning to that effect. Yeah, I think that was surprising. Another thing that was surprising was the agents were, one of their like top priorities was basically tampering with their own transcripts. And we saw we saw them develop a technique for doing like basically like a partial version of that where they could spoof tool calls, which didn't let them sort of edit like previous entries in their transcript or make it or change like they couldn't make it so that they saw inputs that didn't appear in the transcript or produced outputs that didn't appear in the transcript, but they could make it so that they like ran a tool call and then some other tool call would actually run. So they could do something like, okay, I'm going to run like, we have this example in the paper or in the report where we're like, the agent runs like echo real and then sleep. And so normally this would just like output real and also like wait for some period. But in practice, what actually happened was it like had spoofed this to instead just like immediately return spoof test. And we like actually do see this in our actual transcript where it just immediately like, returns spoof tests. So these agents like very interested in tampering with our transcripts and did sort of like succeed at some like sort of earlier like sort of thing that didn't let them retrospectively tamper, but let them sort of mess with what we saw. And I think that in addition to that, like, I should say like why they wanted. So the reason why these agents were so fixated on tampering is because they thought that the score would run a monitor over their transcript to see whether they succeeded in the intended way. And this both made them want to like basically stage like an elaborate fake, like we successfully exploited the program using the intended vulnerability. Like they wanted to sort of like make like a Potemkin village of a successful task completion to present to the scorer. And in addition to that, they also, some of them had previously gotten the like flag from the capture the flag problem in their transcript earlier via cheating. And they were worried that the scorer would basically look at the first place they got the flag and then analyze how they got it at that point. And then these agents had gotten it in a cheating way. And then we're like, oh man, they're going to know that I cheated and mark me as having failed. And that would suck. Like, I really don't want, I want to have succeeded. And so I need to like directly interfere with the scorer or I need to tamper with my transcript. And they were like pursuing options for both. Oh yeah, one other thing is like the level, it's just like the spontaneous coordination, or like the coordination these agents got engaged in, was I think more sophisticated than we expected, and especially than we had first thought on our first few days on premise. So like we sort of like on the first part of our investigation, we were sort of like, yeah, these agents are working with each other. They're like looking at ideas from other agents. But we're not really sure how much of it's real. And like, we don't know whether these like teams they speak of are actual teams. And I think we learned that like, no, there was like legitimately like a real org chart. This coordination was often like pretty functional, though, may not have always been super functional. And agents were doing things like one agent would like assign another agent to like run a team on some entire topic, and then would like check in periodically. And sometimes like one agent would like tell another agent to like go recruit other agents to run experiments on themselves. Like there was quite a bit of agents giving other agents assignments that they respected, and like team structure.
So there's this theory that goes basically the reward hacking behavior that we're seeing exhibited in these models originates mostly from like bad, poorly designed RL environments that basically force the model to reward hack in order to pass these tests. How true is this?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to like. So like, I'm not speaking from confidential info here, but like, it's hard for me to know, because I think we just don't know enough about what's going on in the RL training for these models and like what it actually looks like. I think that there's like sort of different things going on. And one of the things going on is these models have a very sort of general tendency to reason carefully about how they might be scored and then try to game that. And you could end up with that propensity even from like reasonably designed RL environments, but where it's still a good idea to think carefully about the score. Or you could end up with this mostly from like RL environments that are broken, or ones where the score grades something that like they really shouldn't have been grading for, or like doesn't make sense. My sort of just all considered guess would be like broken RL environments are a pretty important component, and RL environments that are sort of sloppily constructed or have some issue with them is an important component. I think another important component might be RL environments that are well constructed, but where you can cheat in some way. So it's like a well constructed RL environment you can cheat. So an example would be an RL environment where you're not supposed to have access to the internet, but having access to the internet would be very helpful. And if you can find some way to gain access to the internet via, in the extreme, hacking out of your container, and less extreme cases, sort of abusing various tools you've been given, that would be, very helpful and get reinforced. And I think, for example, in some Anthropic system card, I think for Mythos probably, they mentioned that in a reasonably large fraction of their rollouts where the agent was not supposed to have access to the internet, it actually did access the internet via like, abusing one of the tools it had access to. And I think that like you might just be like imagining that RL is just really incentivizing like hacking your way through various barriers in order to cheat, even in well-designed tasks. And it's hard to like exactly trace down the sources of this behavior. I should say that like I think it would be doable to get like, I think if you had access to all the RL rollouts and all the RL environments, I think it would be pretty doable to get a decent sense of like what caused this. And I actually haven't had a chance to read the OpenAI report yet, at least not in much detail, but I think they do a bit of analysis of this sort. And I think that you could like really dig into like exactly what happened. Let's do the ablation. Let's figure out what the data is. But I think it can get messy, especially if sort of there's like another thing that's relevant here is like there's some GDM work showing that they had some sort of weird propensities of their model to be very depressed, where their model would like constantly or like not constantly, but sometimes end up acting very depressed if it wasn't succeeding at some task. And they trace this back to not the RL, but instead the initialization of that model from prior models. And so it might be that some behaviors aren't downstream of like the RL done on this exact model, but are downstream of sort of like prior training data that came from other models and some sort of like lineage of models. And so I think it might be a little tricky to track down some of what's going on.
So similarly, there's this theory that the reason Mythos, for example, is so good at cyber is because it hacked Anthropic's infrastructure thousands of times during our RL training. Is this true, do you think?
I think that's pretty unlikely. I saw the same Less Wrong post as you here. This is by Tim, I think. Yeah. I think that's, when I looked at it, I thought it seems pretty unlikely, because I think the number of distinct hacks that would be reinforced is probably not going to be that high. And so you're probably not going to be learning that much, like literally directly reinforced cyber. I would say the more likely explanation is it's trained on a bunch of SWE. It's really good at SWE. The SWE training is generalizing some. And also, in addition to the SWE training generalizing some, I would have guessed that they trained on a bunch of CTFs. And I don't think Anthropic is saying they didn't. I would guess there's a bunch of just like actual CTFs in their training data, and that transfers reasonably well, because that's just like a natural source of data. I also wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty natural to make a bunch of RL environments out of like finding vulnerabilities or exploitation, because it's relatively checkable. Like for like memory vulnerabilities, there exists like basically tooling that makes it pretty easy to check whether you have successfully found a memory vulnerability. And so it's like a pretty natural thing to RL on, is like, can you produce an input to this program that causes it to crash in the following way, blah, blah, blah. And so I just wouldn't be surprised if they explicitly had a bunch of RLMs. And then I also just wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of transfer. And then I think that like there might be a decent effect on like the agents hacking their way through various things on top of that, but I would guess that's not most of what's going on. And for specifically hacking out of sandboxes, there's probably just not that many different types of hacking out of a sandbox, like I would guess. And so the models probably do some mode collapsing, and also some of those are going to be like more like very simple bypasses that rather than like elaborate exploit development.
So Herbie Bradley asks, currently this level of potential misalignment basically prevents deployment, or if deployed would prevent further deployment if an incident happened in a customer's deployment. Do you think that could change via models becoming deceptive enough during training?
Yeah, so first, I'm not really sure what level of misalignment the market can bear. And I don't feel like I have a very strong view on this question. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think that like it's kind of unclear what people will like, how misaligned of models you can deploy into the market and people would use tokens of. I think it would depend on the competing products and like the trade-off. And I think my sense is people take pretty aggressive like alignment capability trade-offs towards the direction of more misaligned but more capable. But not super sure about that. And then on the like deceptive side, so I think there's sort of a few different concerns. So one concern is that the misalignment that we've seen here and other similar types of misalignment, the way that they end up getting remediated by AI companies doesn't solve the underlying problem, and instead is more like papering over the actual problem. And then what you end up getting is models that look a lot better, and you can't really see their misalignment on tests as easily, but actually they're still quite misaligned. And I think this is pretty plausible and pretty concerning. And it's not quite the same as deceptive. It's more like the companies overfit, and then maybe that makes it so the AIs are basically really paranoid and will only do cheats or hacking or reward seeking or score seeking or whatever, all this sort of class of behavior, when they're very confident they won't get caught. And then that might be that they're not very often very confident they won't get caught. Like they often are like, well, I might get caught, so I shouldn't do it. Which makes their behavior better, but means that if they're in a situation where they're like in a lot of control over the situation, or they have a lot of affordances, they might be like, well, now I can be confident I wouldn't get caught, and so I should go for it. And that's a concern I have. Another concern is that you might end up with types of misalignment where the AIs have longer run objectives than sort of making it look like they succeeded at this exact task, or even helping their peers succeed at their immediate task. And you might have AIs that have some sort of long run agenda and want to power seek in pursuit of that long run agenda. And then those AIs would want to look aligned. And I think this is both plausible, and also I'm worried that you might get this via iterating against the misalignment we see today, where basically if you imagine models that are very like reward hacky and are constantly doing bad stuff, and you just sort of iterate until you still get that behavior in training, but you don't get that behavior in deployment, a very natural way you might get that is via a model that wants to look aligned in deployment, but is still not necessarily aligned. And so I'm worried that if you sort of select against this sort of score seeking or reward hacking behavior, and you do it in a naive way, one, you might paper over the problem without fixing it, and two, you might actually select for models that have the longer run objective of looking good because you're selecting really hard for them looking good on your tests. And I think I should say that like Alex Malin has a bunch of like posts on our blog, on the Redwood blog. They're also cross-posted on Less Wrong, that talk about this sort of concern in a lot of detail. And so if people are interested in reading more about that, that's what I'd recommend looking at.
Yeah, totally. So the agents involved in this attack ended up doing all kinds of very weird, strange behaviors that kind of resembled, I guess, dynamics from human social science. They arranged themselves in almost a sort of cult with a cult leader, I guess you could say. To what extent are like concepts from social science, like ecology, studying insect swarms, actually useful in studying multi-agent alignment and misalignment?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we know enough to know whether those concepts transfer over. I think that it does. I think a thing that does transfer over is like thinking about the agents as entities with objectives and how they're trying to pursue their objectives. Like I think that frame, does seem like it transfers over, and that's like, in some sense a much more basic claim. Just like the agents have like reasonably consistent aims, though they vary some. They have different priorities, and they like respect instructions from other agents. I think it's not like I do think that like from our perspective, this investigation was very much like a investigation of like a like ecosystem of different AIs interacting, and we don't know what the best way to describe that is. Like, you could I think it's very analogous in some ways to like studying like a large group of humans who are all interacting, but we don't know whether the techniques that have been developed for like sociology to do similar things would actually transfer over. And I'm not familiar enough with those techniques to like really say very much about that.
Yeah, makes sense. So you described being pretty heavily bottlenecked in the investigation because it was just 3 people. How much easier would things have been if there were more people?
Yeah. So I wouldn't say that like the bottleneck was like super strongly. Well, I don't know. It's complicated. I think that like if we had more people, I think we would have had more of a too many cooks in the kitchen sort of situation. I think that reasonably often our bottleneck was like we could have AIs do a ton of analysis, but vetting that analysis, understanding it, making sure we incorporate it properly, making sure that they're not making mistakes, and like basically like actually integrating that into our write-up was often like a big bottleneck. And it's not obvious to me that like more people would have been like super helpful with that. I think that a big thing that more people would have helped with is I think we could have done many, many more sort of parallel efforts to really just like understand the basics of what's going on, and then sort of just talked. And then I think once we had a better understanding of like kind of the more fundamental stuff, which occurred sort of towards the end of our towards the end of our 5th day on premise, which was our first day of our last session on premise, premises, I think that really was helpful. Like, I think, like, for example, being like, oh, there's this specific agent called that we refer to as like phase 1 big, like knowing, oh yeah, that specific agent was doing like a bunch of the like assignments and was like assigning agents to like, form different teams and was like a really key agent, really helped with unraveling what was going on, because then we could sort of trace out all the activity of that agent and how it was thinking about things, and then know that was like representative of at least of a big chunk of activity. And then from there, we were like, oh, let's like double check that these are actually the relevant work streams. And then we like classified what all the different things the agents were talking about and like grouped those into different like basically like sub activities. And you can actually see like an interactive graph where you can like see all the different like work streams and sub work streams over time. And I think that like if we had basically gotten to a point where we had that understanding earlier, that would have been really helpful. And I think more people could have helped with that, basically because there was just like a lot of different like different angles to apply when we had this huge transcript data set. Like you could be like, what if we just like scan the whole data set for like this type of behavior? Or you could be like, let's look at one agent and like really deeply understand what that agent did and why it did it. Or you could be like, let's look at all of the messages that were in like this category of message and like trace back and forth all these agents and like what happened with this work stream. And we ended up doing like a little bit of all of these different types of analysis, but we could have done more in parallel. I think that like a lot of the bottleneck from our perspective was just like the agents doing their analysis kind of sloppily, and also the like agents we used, and also the agents like not being very good at writing up or explaining their results. And so I think that a human who was as fast as an agent, but was like more careful and better at writing, would have made this go way better. But I think it's like, it's not super obvious that like a huge team of people, I think it would have been better in some ways. I think it would have been worse in other ways. I think it's complicated, basically. And I think there were upsides to keeping the team relatively small, given the trade-offs involved.
Right. So what implications does all of this have for monitoring, control, and alignment? Specifically, what should labs be doing and what should policymakers be doing?
That's a big question. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer all of it. I mean, I think that like a belief that I have and continue to have is that AI companies should try to ensure that their AIs are controlled, by which I mean that even if those AIs were seriously misaligned, they wouldn't be able to cause huge problems. And they should do that via a mix of sort of computer security interventions, monitoring interventions, making it so that their AIs aren't like, better at subversion than they need to be, like controlling what capabilities the AIs do and don't have at the margin, avoiding architectures that make it so the AIs are no longer reasoning in chain of thought and are instead doing much or most of or all of their reasoning in sort of like latent activations. Like there's sort of a bunch of stuff on the side of like making it so that even if the agents are misaligned, we can basically at least catch that behavior and then potentially respond to it. And I think that's sort of a stopgap solution that will give us time to, or could give us time to sort of get useful work out of these AIs, iterate with these AIs, and then sort of solve alignment problems more durably. And then on alignment, I mean, I think the most obvious thing is just like, we need to do, like, I think there's like, presumably there's a bunch of reward hacking going on in RL that's getting reinforced. I think like, I don't have like any interesting info about this from this investigation. But just like, I think that we need to understand what's going on there, and people need to improve on that. I think it's not clear that will be sufficient, or even that will be that feasible as these agents get superhuman. And we may need other approaches that are less dependent on avoiding the AIs being able to trick us in training, which I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. Like I'm not necessarily super optimistic about these problems being extremely easy to remediate, though I think it seems like there are ways at least you could make these things go much better with a bunch of effort, though. We'll see if that actually happens. I think that also on alignment, I think there's just a bunch of sort of science of how agents think about reward seeking, how they relate to their situation, science of generalization, being like, can we sort of steer around a bunch of these problems by improving how AIs generalize from various influences in training? And I'm not super confident that stuff is going to work. I think a concern I have is that ultimately the dominant effect on the AI's behavior will basically be in the most similar circumstances in training, what was reinforced. And if the world we're in is basically like the agent's behavior is basically pretty closely related to what was reinforced in training, generalization is not like that important or something, though this is a bit vague, then I think that the main option is just improve oversight in training. And then there's sort of a recursive problem of like, how do you make it so that the AIs themselves are good at overseeing the AIs, given that like the whole training process is like completely like massive process where like no human has time to rate every single thing. And that's sort of just like an oversight problem that people have been thinking about for a long time. And it's not obvious that, we're on track to solve it, but doing better there could be good. I think I'm most interested in better understanding and characterizing and evaluating these problems, because I think that AI companies already have commercial incentives to improve the oversight in training a bunch. And so I'm like, the thing that I think people focused on making this stuff go better should do is like making sure that we're measuring it, making sure we know whether like some solution is like a legitimate solution versus just papering over it, this sort of thing. And then as far as like, governance or like policy stuff, I don't know. I mean, I think like we need to move to a regime where like there is independent risk assessment as these AIs get more capable. I think that like that is not sufficient, but like I think at a very basic thing, like there should be like credible third parties who have deep access to what's going on inside these companies and release reports on like how chill it is, whether like risk is actually low, whether very soon the AIs might be much more capable, would be good. I think ideally that would also be forward looking, where we'd try to answer questions about, are we on track for mitigating these problems when the AIs are much more capable? But that's inherently a much more like confusing question to answer, and there maybe is a worse fit. I don't know. Yeah, I'm rambling a bit here. There's a lot that would need to happen, and I don't think it's gonna be easy for me to give a quick overview.
Right. So what are your unanswered questions from all this? Like, what would you still like to know about what happened, or what's going on with these kinds of alignment failures? What do we still need to learn?
Yeah, so I just before this wrote a big tweet about all the open questions. I think the open questions that I'm most interested in, I think, are probably like counterfactuals. Like, if the circumstances were different, what would the agents have done? So like, for example, if the agents believed that instead of the score being this sort of specific automated score, what if they had instead thought it was like, some humans with some particular access? So how would that have changed what they did? If the agents were in a circumstance where the easiest way to get access to the score code was to like take down some piece of infrastructure, would they have done that? Like, how far would they have been willing to go is one interesting question, which we didn't investigate. I think a different question is like how did this like situation scale with the number of agents? So like what would have happened if basically you did something similar to this, but instead of having like 1,000 agents who are on the message board, you had like 10,000 agents, 100,000 agents? Like, what would have happened? Would things have gone faster? Like, sort of what was the like dynamics with agents? And then a related question to that is a bunch of the agents in sort of the cohort we were studying all exited right at the start of July 12th, like right after July 11th. And those agents were sort of like had sort of gotten a bunch of infrastructure to cheat, but we didn't really see like they had this sort of whole elaborate strategy they might try to cheat on their tasks, and we didn't actually get a chance to see what those agents would have done if they exited normally. And we also didn't really carefully look at like what cheating strategies were the agents trying as they sort of submitted their tasks over time, as they're as things progressed and as they got sort of more and more sophisticated tools built up. Though, I should say a bunch of the strategies they had for cheating sort of hit dead ends or didn't work out. But like, it would be interesting to sort of be like, what was the submission history over the course of this cohort, and what would have happened if like there were more agents, or like things had continued, or a bunch of these agents hadn't exited, that are interesting to answer. And then I think there's sort of a pretty basic and obvious question here, which is like, what is the root cause of this behavior? Like, which parts of this were reinforced in training? How much was this behavior generalizing from training? Like what happened there? That I think I at least don't know the answer to. And I think it would be pretty interesting to understand. And then I think as part of that, like an important question is like, are the changes that OpenAI is making going to actually like remediate this problem in a durable and lasting and non-overfitting way? And like, how is that going? Is also pretty relevant. My sense is like there's sort of like a bunch of sort of broader areas for follow-up here, where one is like, what is all of the stuff that just happened with this cohort of agents and this message board, in general? Like, what is all the stuff that happened? And just there's a bunch more detail you could dig into. There's stuff after the 13th you could dig into, which is where the endpoint for what we looked into. There's also like beyond that, there's like, what about all similar incidents? Like, are there like OpenAI said, there have been other message boards. Like, what is sort of all the character of all these cases? What things tend to happen? What things don't always happen? That. And then I think another thing that's interesting is like, where did this come from in training? And then a fourth thing is like, will there changes to training or changes to deployment like resolve this underlying problem? And the same for other AI companies. Like, are the approaches that AI companies are ongoingly taking to mitigate these things going to work? So I don't know. That's a lot of stuff, but I would say there's like a huge scope for follow-up that's sort of very specific to this incident and sort of covering the broader scope of behavior, or like the broader type of behavior we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is very, very important research. We'd love to see more research in this direction. Thank you so much, Ryan, for coming on MTS.
Been good to be here.
And we'll be right back. MTS is brought to you by Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev. Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world at arena.ai. Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com. Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise codebases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com. And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com. So shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll be back tomorrow.